Press
to
that.
this move? Or?
That's as far forward as
Okay,
it go.
cool.
But if you stand, don't
Yeah.
step back too much. Okay, that's on. You see it's on.
Yeah.
And then it will pick you up. Okay, yeah. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Thank you. Just before we kick off, we have got some things, interactive events going on this morning, and it's through, you might not have used it before, but it's called Slido, and it helps you to sort of just give some comments that helps you to write questions and things like that in. So if you've not got Wi-Fi and you need to connect into the Wiltshire online, could you just do that now, just before we start? And then it'll be a lot smoother to be able to, then we can show you how to link onto Slido. So if you go onto the Wiltshire Council site and then join Wilts online, just take it, there's a few prompts on there, just follow those through and it'll give you free Wi-Fi for the day. I'll let you do that and then we'll kick off in a second.
Yeah, I'm not sure that is the right program, William, is it? Yeah, sorry. So the Slido code is up here. It's a different one to yesterday. And we do have a couple of opening questions to see how you're feeling this morning and what you're expecting from the event. So it'd be really useful if you could try and do that, and then we'll ask you again how you're feeling at the end. And hopefully we will go on to create more, even better events going forward. Thanks.
You've all got your heads down on your phones. I'm going to give you a couple of minutes because I know how hard it is to sometimes get all the way through all those questions. So we're just going to start a little bit late, but I'll try and catch up later. Just so when you've logged on and you're ready, then just look up and I'll know that we've got most of the room with us. That's great. Thank you.
So if anyone's having trouble with using the QR code with their camera, you can also just go to your browser and go and join at slido.com and put the code in. It's the same thing. Okay.
Okay, I'm going to make a start. Just explain, for some people haven't used Slido before, and I've only recently come to it, so that's fine. It's not necessarily something you use in everyday life. So if you've not used it before, use your camera, hold your camera over the QR code, and a little grey box pops up, and then you just click on that and it takes you straight through to it, and then you can just work your way, leave it live, and then you can answer the questions as we go. Okay, so let's get going. First of all, let me welcome you all here. It's wonderful to see you all here. Such huge numbers on a Saturday. That's fantastic. Thank you so much for giving your time. My name is Lynn Trigwell. I'm the Head of Climate and Environment for Wiltshire Council. And I'm going to formally open this in a minute and hand over to our keynote speakers. But just before I start, I just need to do a little bit of housekeeping for you. So bear with me so I don't miss any of these out. There are no planned fire drills. So if the alarm goes off, please can you make your way following the green exit signs. There's a muster point at the front. If you've come out and exit at the back, there is also a muster point at the back. All of the staff will be directing people and guiding you. If you do need assistance and you haven't already alerted a member of our staff to help you, just find them after this session. Find a member of staff with a green lanyard on, their Wiltshire Council staff, and we'll be able to sort of register you and then look out for you if the alarms do go off. Fingers crossed they won't. Okay, so the other thing to let you know is there are 3 weddings today here. They're not in this room, so you don't have to join in, but there are 3, and they will be, so you'll hear whooping. You can take it that this session's going really well, but it is probably them. We can stay quiet in the corridors, just to be respectful. That'd be really good. So atrium's absolutely fine. In your session rooms, absolutely fine. When you're just moving around, it'd be really good if you could just keep volume down a little bit. The other thing is, if you're going to the atrium, go along the corridor this way and then down the glass stairs on the right-hand side. You'll see people will be ushering you that way if you're going down the corridor that way, but we'll try and stay off the main stairs. They too tend to use those. Obviously, brides like to come down those. They're very grand. Just let's help make their day really special as well as ours. Okay, so just moving on to, let's see if I've just picked up everything I need to in here. Temperature. I have got to mention this. I'm so sorry. This is climate warming. We are going to suffer slightly today. Your patience is appreciated. Please stay hydrated. There is water bottles everywhere, water facilities everywhere. Atrium, there's a fill station right next to, if you're facing into the room, on the right-hand side. Please use it. If you don't feel well, please come and see him. Again, member of staff with a green tag. We'll take you to a cool room and we can bring your temperature down. If you feel really unwell, we'll call emergency services for you, okay? So keep hydrated. Right, I think that's all of the housekeeping over. So I'm going to hand on to our keynote speakers and formally open this. So we're going to start with our keynote speaker, who is Helen Browning, who is the Deputy Lieutenant of Wiltshire, and she's going to open this for us. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Yes, I'm here to convey the welcome address from Dame Sarah Troughton, who's the Lord Lieutenant of Wiltshire. And as you know, the Lord Lieutenant is the sort of manifestation of the King in Wiltshire. And she writes, as Lord Lieutenant of Wiltshire, I'm delighted that this Climate and Environment Summit is taking place in our beautiful county. And I'm heartened that such a diverse and passionate group has gathered under one roof, united by a shared commitment to safeguarding our planet through community action. I'm especially pleased that Deputy Lieutenant Helen Browning, OBE, is representing me here today. That's me. As a Wiltshire farmer, first and foremost, and the Chief Executive of the Soil Association, Helen's dedication to sustainable farming and environmental stewardship is truly inspiring, and her presence adds immense value to this important event. It's really odd reading that about yourself, isn't it? Anyway, we'll pass on. She continues, I do hope that this summit will not only forge new relationships, but also spark innovative ideas and drive powerful collaborations that extend far beyond these walls towards a greener future. And as we dive into these engaging discussions, let's not forget to enjoy the charm of Wiltshire, where the grass really is greener. Because of a fair bit of rain, though perhaps not recently, lots of lovely sunshine, definitely today, and your good environmental practices. Thank you all for being here. So that's the message from Dame Sarah, and I'm really delighted to have been given the chance to come and read it to you. Because as Sarah intimates, my whole life is about the environment and climate change and how we can bring nature back into our countryside whilst producing lots of wonderful healthy food that will reduce the burden on the NHS. And I'm particularly lucky as Chief Executive of the Soil Association that the King is our royal patron, and he has worked so hard on all these issues for so many decades. You know, he's a man that is so far ahead of his time in terms of shining a spotlight on these really critical issues for humanity before they were popular or even in most of the public's consciousness. So I'm honoured to have worked with him on many things over many years. And, you know, he is so right that this is critical stuff, because when we're talking about climate change, food and the food system is a third globally of our climate emissions. And because most of our land, most of our productive land is farmed, it's most of our nature loss. And certainly in the UK, 70% of our land is farmed, and we're one of the most nature depleted countries on the planet. And that has been due to things we've done wrong in farming over time. And we're turning the tide on that now, but we've still got a lot to do. And actually, food and farming, the way we produce our food and the way we then manufacture our food, is now one of the biggest drivers of ill health amongst the population. So we've got to get all of this stuff right. And that's why I suppose I became an organic farmer nearly 40 years ago now. I farm near Swindon, so a few miles away from here. And I became organic because I was really concerned about all of these issues. Back at that time. Perhaps climate change was less on the map in the 80s, but certainly our loss of nature, our human health challenges, our animal welfare challenges, which is something that's very close to my heart, already were. So I've worked on this throughout my life in a very practical way. And for the last 15 years, I've been chief executive of the Soil Association, which is the charity that works from farm to school cook, right across the food system, to try and get this stuff more right. That's been so exciting. And I haven't got long to talk about any of this today. I wish I had a bit longer, actually. But I just want to reflect on some of the solutions that I think are really applicable everywhere, but particularly at a local level. One of the things I'd love to see more of, and the Soil Association really works on, is how can we make more space for horticulture, actually, because we still import most of our fruit and veg, certainly about 85% of our fruit, and actually quite a lot of our veg too. And there's so much opportunity to give more people the chance to engage locally with growing food and generating local food systems which are really resilient. And I'd love to see policymakers focus more on finding that access, that opportunity, those knowledge and skills for local people. The other thing I've worked on hard over the last 10 years in particular is what we call agroforestry. We talk a lot about how are we going to get more trees, because we know trees are very important from a climate point of view. We talk about woods and forests, and that's great. But actually agroforestry is how do we bring our trees into our farming systems so that we have shade and shelter for our livestock, so that we have more biodiversity, we manage soils and water better. And those kind of systems, I think, when we're thinking about the targets for Wiltshire, our tree planting targets, how can we actually stimulate more agroforestry, which will be productive, as well as, from a food point of view, as well as providing the carbon sequestration and the environmental management that we really need. So that's something I really hope we can do more of. Because our challenge as a species is, how do we harness nature? How do we work with nature to deliver a healthy, happy future for the generations that come after us? And so much of this needs to happen at the community level. And that's why I'm thrilled this event is happening, because actually when people come together and decide they want to do things, then it is extraordinary how much change can happen and how fast it can happen too, and how much fun it can be. Because this can't be hair shirt stuff. This can't be, oh my God, it's all doom. This is about how do we come together, do things that we enjoy, lead better and more enjoyable lives whilst fixing the problems that society has in front of us. I know that's what you're going to be focusing on today, and hopefully with even more vigor into the future. And so I'm delighted to be here, just to have a chance to say hello in a few words. And I really wish the event well. Have a great day.
Thank you so much, Helen. And I'm so sorry I missed off your OBE, and that's well deserved. So that was very rude of me. So apologies for that. So thank you very much. And I think that speaks to many of us. I saw so many nods in this room about how important this is, particularly agroforestry, which is very very passionate about that one as well. I'm now going to hand over to Councillor Ian Thorne, the leader of Wiltshire Council, who's going to do an opening speech.
Well, good morning, everybody, and welcome to a rather warm County Hall, for which I apologise. I can see people fanning themselves urgently, and so I'll not take up too much of your time, but a very, very warm welcome. Excuse me. And it is an honour to see and to be with so many people this morning. I can't get over the importance of what we are doing today and others like us are doing today and frankly do every day. And so the first thing I want to say as the leader of Wiltshire Council is just to absolutely reaffirm this administration's commitment and recognition of the climate emergency. To recognise, as I've said several times since we came to office on the 20th of May, that there are huge issues that we face as a community, as a society, funding services, but all of those issues become really quite minor compared to the extraordinary challenge we have in terms of surviving on this planet as human beings. So I don't shy away from that issue at all. And certainly as long as I'm the leader of Wiltshire Council won't shy away from that challenge at all. And I just think it's important for me to start off by saying that very loudly and very clearly. I'd like to welcome our top table. Feels like is it the Proscenium in Moscow where the Politburo sit. I have to say, I've sat up here once before when I was elected as leader of the council, as did some of my colleagues. You do feel very lofty, but I'm not sure that's a good thing for politicians to feel lofty ever. In fact, quite the reverse in some ways. But I have to say, I've never sat in what's described as the chairman's speech, regardless of gender, the chairman's speech. So I've discovered the gavel. So if there's any issues during the course of proceedings, I shall be using the gavel. And I've also, I should have seen this before, I've got a little bell. And I've no idea what we do with that, but we do have a full council meeting on the 22nd of July, so if I can grab the bell at any point, just to keep my colleagues in order, I shall try and do that. Let me just welcome our guests this morning, if I may. The first person I want to welcome is my very good friend, Andrew Nicholson. And he's my very good friend, partly because he is my very good friend. We are both, he's a Bradford resident, I was a Bradford resident, Bradford in heaven, etc., etc., etc. But he's also my very good friend because he's made himself my very good friend, as have a number of his Wiltshire Climate Alliance colleagues. And I have to say, in the month that I've been leader of the council, it's very easy to be completely distracted by the day-to-day running of this enormous organisation. I open my laptop frequently, far too frequently, as far as my wife is concerned, but I do, and the blue emails, the unopened emails, flash before my very eyes. My diary is, and I'm not looking for any sympathy, frankly, I asked for the job, but my diary is absolutely packed. And the point I'm making is, if it wasn't for people like Andrew and his colleagues who keep poking at us, pointing at us, occasionally embarrassing us, and quite rightly so, we wouldn't make the progress that we do. So thank you to Andrew, thank you to his colleagues, because you are a vital part of this process. Beyond this chamber, beyond this county, there are no boundaries, but particularly in this building, Andrew, you and your team, to use that phrase, hold our feet to the fire, and that's absolutely right, and I'm grateful for it. And if you ever stop doing that, Andrew, I'd be very, very disappointed. So please, please keep doing that. I'm also delighted to welcome one of our many fantastic lieutenants. I was with Phil Harding yesterday. You might remember Phil from the Time team. He was the chap with the big beard and all the hair that was doing all the digging. He is now another deputy lieutenant. Absolutely, yes, absolutely. Actually, I did think when there was a reference to the weddings and somebody there started waving, I think people were coming into the hall, you're directing them to your location. I assume you might have been the bride or something, but clearly not. But very much a welcome to Helen. Thank you so much for being here and your speech. To Jen Gale, our keynote speaker on community engagement, because my view is that, you know, it's absolutely wonderful to have everybody here. There are 500,000 people in Wiltshire, all the businesses, all the organisations. The real challenge, of course, is reaching out way beyond the numbers that we have here today. So community engagement, spent all of my professional life working in community engagement, is absolutely critical to ensuring that we can achieve what we need to achieve. And of course, Rachel Berger, with her insights around sustainability, a long and distinguished career, if I may say, in terms of the kind of things that she's achieved through many, many years indeed. So thank you very much for being here. Thank you to all of you for being here. I just want to say a couple of things about Wiltshire Council, because I have to, as part of my job, blow our trumpet whenever we can. So I just want to mention, of course, that we declared a climate emergency in 2019, and I was very proud that we did that across party and across the chamber. We have, I think, worked very hard as members, but particularly as officers, to deliver some really, really encouraging outputs and outcomes. I think in terms of buildings and heating, I'm going to have to read this because I can never remember the stats, 82% in terms of our performance, a notable 10% improvement from last year. In terms of planning and land use, we've seen an improvement, a 42% increase from 2023. Collaboration engagement, what I was touching on earlier. This was the, I think the assessed scorecard from a Climate Emergency UK, but in terms of collaboration and engagement, 76%, so consistent and strong, and that is absolutely critical. And in terms of biodiversity, we are a top performing council, but of course there's absolutely, as I indicated earlier, no room whatsoever for any type of complacency. There's much more to do, as people say, but there really, really is. In terms of projects moving forward, we are delivering with partners our Solar Together scheme, helping over 1,700 households and businesses across Wiltshire install solar panels, battery storage, EV charging points, through a bulk buying initiative, which I think is terribly important. And we are piloting the Future Energy Landscapes programme. This is with the Centre for Sustainable Energy, and also this is critically, of course, funded by Ofgem's redress fund. So there are good initiatives, new initiatives that are particularly important. But I just want to sort of touch on the serious nature, the fact that we talk about a climate emergency. My very good friend and colleague in Cabinet, Councillor Paul Samples, told me, I think the Guardian's reporting today, and this seems to me where the tragedy starts, it's something like 590 people due to the heat. This is across the UK, may well die over the course of this weekend. So I think that the seriousness and the importance of what we and others are doing, in fact, I don't think could be overemphasized by those statistics. So I think that's the challenge that we face ourselves with. But I do think that the point about, if I can segue to something more lighthearted, the fun side, in terms of capturing other people's imagination and other people's interest and focus, is important as well. So thank you very much for listening. As I say, I cannot overemphasize from my perspective, from my colleagues' perspective, how important this discussion and debate is, and more important that we lay foundations that provide the real opportunity, frankly, to do what has to be done to give us, our children, our grandchildren, and continuous generations a chance to live on this planet in the way that we would hope and we would expect. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you so much, Ian. That was very inspiring. I need to just mention that we are recording this so you can hear all those speeches again. If you do not want to be recorded, we can relay this to another room, so might need to exit now. But I'm hoping you all don't mind being on the recording, and you'll be able to revisit this, which is wonderful. Anything you say, I really want to go back and listen to that one again. So I'm sure we will. So I'm going to hand over to Andrew Nicholson. As you know, this is a joint event. This is not Wiltshire Council's event. This is a joint event, and a lot of hard work's gone into it between all of our partners, including Wiltshire Climate Alliance, who have led on a lot of this, and Andrew Nicholson is the chair of Wiltshire Climate Alliance.
Currently. Thank you. When I speak from that end of the room, I get 3 minutes. Well, I don't know if I can beat that. Hello. Why are we here? I want to get an embarrassing bit over with first, and I'm definitely maybe getting into trouble for this. But as one of our team keeps saying, act first, ask for forgiveness later. For yesterday's business day, the attendees paid £20 per head to cover the cost of a healthy lunch. The Wiltshire Climate Alliance Steering Group has made a conscious decision early on not to charge for Community Day tickets. Your being here is all the reward we ever wanted. And good gracious, the sheer number of you here in the council chamber isn't half making us look good. Okay, Wiltshire Council, quite rightly, hasn't given us any money, but they've given us the run of this remarkable building. And we've had the overwhelming benefit in kind of the insanely dedicated and expert partnership and support of staff members in the climate team and others across the council. We're also receiving tidy little lump sums from the Good Energy Company, Climate Friendly Bradford and Avon, and Friends of the Earth Southwest, plus a few generous private donors for this event, and we have drawn out our reserves, such as they are. Practically all of us are volunteers, plus a few nice temps. So I'm not asking for money to cover the £3,600 worth of wholesome food that you'll hopefully be thoroughly enjoying later. But if you have more money than sense, and if you insist on supporting our next steps in this journey, we are able to accept payments, however small, here today, or at the donate link on our website, or into the crowdfunder we set up specially for this event. Well, now, what's the theory behind local action on net zero? Why are we here today? What's my answer to the climate emergency naysayers? Wiltshire's just a tiny patch on the beautiful blue-green globe of planet Earth. See one downstairs. Why should we make sacrifices for the sake of the Americans, the Chinese, and the Indians, the Africans, and everyone else? Spoiler, it's about mutual aid. I believe that historians and your own descendants will look back at the 2020s, 2030s, and 40s and honour your incredibly unselfish generosity, even your individual names, for what you're about to be doing in your communities, and perhaps the way you'll be organising to influence the powers that be. Not every generation in history gets to say, we helped save human civilization from catastrophe. Listen, I have a saying, don't ask, how can I possibly make any difference? Ask yourself instead, how many differences can I possibly make? And lead by example, so others follow. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Andrew. I'm now going to hand over to Jen Gale, who is from I'm not going to be able to get this right. I'm going to let you do it. Sustainable-ish. Thank you.
Super, thank you ever so much. Don't know how good it's going to be. Welcome everyone, thank you so much. I'm really honoured and delighted to have been asked to deliver this session. A practical approach to community engagement was the brief. You can let me know if I fulfilled it at the end. Just as a very brief intro to me, my top line is always when I was asked, I've been fortunate enough to write a couple of books and I had to I didn't realise authors had to write their own bios. I was asked to write the bio for it. My top line is an ordinary knackered mum of two. Because I think sometimes there's the assumption that if we're going to make a difference, if we're going to do something, we've got to be somebody, we've got to be David Attenborough, we've got to be Greta Thunberg, we've got to be, I don't know, somebody somehow extraordinary. And I very much am not extraordinary. As I said, I am very tired a lot of the time. I am shepherding a family, trying to work, all of those different things. So if I can do it, you guys are doing it. But I think that's the message that we really want to put out to kind of the wider public, that we all have a role to play. We can all do this. There are many things that we are juggling. We can kind of add this one into the mix, and it doesn't have to be hard. And to Helen's very important point, it absolutely can be fun as well. So my background, I started life as a vet, and then randomly decided we should spend a year buying nothing new. This was back in 2012. Dragged the rest of the family along, started a daily blog about what we were doing. Go on. Oh, okay, sorry. No problem. Started a blog, kept a daily blog about what we were doing. And out of that found an online community. And from that grew a platform sounds very grand, called Sustainable-ish. And it's all about the emphasis on kind of imperfect eco-action, and it's kind of focused on individual action and the idea that if we can just get people started, getting started is often the hardest thing. If we can get people started, if we can take away this idea that, you know, to be green, you've got to be doing this big long list of things, and we need you to go from here to here, and we need you to do it tomorrow. Actually, we just need you to go from here to here, and then you'll probably go to here and here and here. You know, that's how we kind of get people on board. So for the last sort of 10 or 12 years, I've been doing quite a lot of speaking, quite a lot of, sort of coaching. I run carbon literacy sessions. And with my vet hat kind of back on, having left the profession, I'm a director of a veterinary sustainability community enterprise called Vet Sustain. And for the last year, I've been working for Let's Go Zero, and we've been providing, I'm a climate action advisor, providing free support for schools to develop their climate action plans. So just as a quick plug for that, if anyone is working with schools or has kids at school, the DFE are expecting all schools to have a climate action plan by September this year. If that is news to you, please come and speak to me, and I can point you in the right direction of getting them some free support to do that. If we can, sorry about the Chris Whitty, next slide, please. It is going to be quite heavily, next slide, please, but thank you. So in terms of community engagement, my background really has been sort of building communities online. And I know that everybody here is kind of working super hard building communities sort of in real life, shall we call it. But lots of the principles are exactly the same. So via that sort of original year spending buying nothing new, this platform Sustainable-ish, there's now probably 60, 70,000 people kind of following, you know, via various different platforms. I had a podcast that ran for sort of 3 or 4 years. And if we can move on to the next slide, the two things that I think have possibly had one of the biggest impacts. One was an online festival that I ran during the first lockdown in COVID. I heard somebody was doing something similar in a different space and sort of thought it might work quite nicely for my audience. And within 2 weeks put together a sort of week-long online festival with over 40 different sessions and speakers. And we had 3,000 people, I think, gather in a sort of, I talked about it being, you know, a sort of festival camping ground, and we all bought our tents and all this, and but it was completely online. The other thing is the Sustainable-ish Clubhouse, which is a membership community. It's been a little bit on hiatus since starting with Let's Go Zero. But I think the thing that is most impactful from both of those things is the ripples that have created, that have come out of that. I'm a big fan of ripples. I always talk about the fact that we do our sort of individual action, and that's like dropping a pebble into a pond. And often we never really see or get to appreciate the ripples that will come out of that, the people who will be inspired by us and will go on and change something. So I still get people now, 5 years on, you know, coming up to me and saying, oh my God, I did your festival, or I came to some sessions during the festival and it's inspired me to do X, Y, and Z. So I would really encourage you guys to hold on to that idea of ripples. We often see them. We'll often get people coming up and telling us what's happened as a result of something that we've done, but quite often we don't. So please know that there will be ripples out into your community. There will be people doing things differently because of an event you've run, because of something you've put on Facebook, whatever it might be. So yeah, ripples are one of my favorite things. If we can do the next slide. So why community engagement? Why are we having this opening session about community engagement, and why, and I love this phrase and I've stolen it from Jackie, why is it the golden thread that's going to be running through all of the sessions today? So lots of you in this room, are part of local community groups, and you will no doubt have had, I hesitate to say, probably several emails from Jackie, who I can see sat over there. Jackie is a force of nature. She sent, and just while we're on that, can we all just give a round of applause to Jackie, to Andrew, to Wiltshire Climate Alliance, and all of the climate team at Wiltshire Council, and everyone else who has been involved today. It's going to be amazing. Fabulous. So I think the next slide, Jackie has sent out a survey to all of the sort of community groups in Wiltshire, and there's lots of animations here. These are some of the comments that came back. If we can just flick through the animations, I'm not going to read them all out because you can all read, and you can do it as I'm talking. But the last one, I don't know who wrote the last one, but I want to come and give you a hug. I cannot, it just spoke to me so much. This idea, this longing, it's that word, I think, longing to be able to bridge the gap and engage the wider community. So lots of you will be kind of aware that, we end up, I think, in the climate space a lot of time in an echo chamber, and kind of it can feel really difficult to engage that wider community. So please, I guess one thing to take away is rest assured, if you're feeling like that, you're not alone. Look at these comments. This is something that everybody is struggling with. And as possibly a slightly foolish thing to say, not even halfway through this session, I don't have all the answers. I don't think anybody does. If we did, we wouldn't all be kind of still struggling and coming out with comments like this. And I think one of, the reason for that is that there is no kind of magical silver bullet, fail-safe 10-step process that we can all do that will magically engage people. And that's because we're all different. We all have different values and different views and different things that we find fun and engaging, and all of our communities are different as well. So it is going to be about taking, the nuggets and sort of magpieing what other people are doing, and sometimes just trying stuff and seeing how you get on with it. So if we can move on to the next slide. Before we dive into it, I think it's really one of the things I often talk to schools and to businesses and to people about is just taking a minute to reflect actually how far you already have come, what is already happening. So with regards to community engagement in Wiltshire, this is the map based on the results of Jackie's survey of the different community groups that are already happening in Wiltshire. So let me just find my stats on that. So Jackie had 50 replies from, I think, I can't read my writing, it's either 25 or 28 communities. I should have written that neater. 85% replied yes to the question, do you have proactive groups or individuals working in your community? And there's, of all of the sort of projects that Jackie listed, there were yeses for all of them, from, repair cafes and things like that. And there were real hotspots around sort of nature engagement, but also around food waste and things like that. So they're often, I think, when we're kind of head down and we're working in our communities, it can feel really hard, and it can feel like you're the only ones who care and no one else is doing this. Just, I don't know, maybe put this map as your screensaver. Remind yourself that this is just Wiltshire, and there are all of these amazing community groups just in Wiltshire doing all of this stuff. You are very much not on your own. And I think I hope one of the beautiful things that will come out of today is allowing or facilitating everybody to have cross-group conversations and to sort of work out where there will be links and where you can have collaborations and things like that. Just gone for a nod now, rather than next slide, please. So right back to basics. What is a community? We're thinking about engaging our community. I did what everybody does, and I Googled it. Actually, I went to Ecosia. So if anyone isn't already using Ecosia, do switch your search engine to Ecosia. It's a search engine that uses its ad revenue to plant trees. It's very good. Do use it. So a community is a social unit, a group of people with shared socially significant characteristics such as place, set of norms, culture, religion, values, customs, or identity. Communities may share a sense of place situated in a given geographical area, for example, a country, a village, town, or neighbourhood, or, as lots of my communities are, in a virtual space through communication platforms. So if we can move on. This is the lovely map that Jackie and Ian put together. Actually, no, I was going to do a little activity there. We are all already part of communities. I think we focus in the eco-space. We think, oh my God, I've got to create an eco-community where I live. I've got to engage people in all these specific eco-activities. We are all already part of communities. So can you stand up, please, if you have a job or you go to work? Everybody stand up. If you have a job or you go to work. Super. You guys stay standing. Stand up if you have children or grandchildren who go to school or playgroup or nursery. You stay standing if you've got a job, so stay stand, everybody standing. If you've got children or grandchildren who go to work, playgroup and nursery. If you go to church, stand up. If you are in the WI or the Rotary Club or the Lions Club or any of those kind of similar organisations. If you go to the pub, stand up. Amazing. If you have an allotment or you're part of a gardening group, stand up. If you go to a book club, a running club, a choir, I'm trying to think of any other. Is everybody stood up? We've got one person there stood up. What have I missed? Hopefully that emphasises the fact that everybody, please sit down now. We are all already part of communities. And I think you know, it may already be something that everybody is already thinking about, but we don't need to go out and create eco-communities where we are. How can we engage all of those communities that we're already a part of? What can we do in our workplace? What can we do with our kids' school? What can we do with our book club, our running club? What can we do with our mates down the pub? Like, there will be ways that we can have conversations and that we can come up with fun things, engaging things that people in those communities want to do and get involved with. And that might take some of the work out of like desperately trying to kind of create this whole new community. So this lovely sort of mind map that Jackie and Ian put together kind of builds on this and also thinks about, you know, yes, there are all these lovely, amazing climate groups. And as I said, it would be lovely to see lots of connections happening as a result of today. But also thinking about, you know, how we link in and how we work with things like the council and the parish and the town council, area boards, things like that as well, because they can also be really important kind of communities to build in with. If we can do the next slide. Super. One stat, there's a couple of kind of key stats in this. One that I really want you all to, you may already be aware of it, is this idea of the perception gap. So certainly if you listen to the kind of media and things at the moment, there's it feels like net zero is this really kind of divisive thing that loads of people are against and all of that sort of stuff. Actually, this is a study that Nature published quite recently. And it was a study of 130,000 people in 125 countries. They found that 86% of people endorse pro-climate social norms, 89% of people demand intensified political action, and 69% of them are willing to donate 1% of their income. So it's not just them saying they care, they're willing to donate a percentage of their income. But, and this is where it gets really interesting, all of those people think only 43% of their fellow citizens think the same. Okay, so we've got a real perception gap here. Most people care. Most people are already on board. We don't have to persuade them to care. What we have to do is to empower them to recognise that they have a role to play. I think one of the big things is it's such a big, overwhelming issue. I'm just one person. What can I possibly do? Well, actually, just as one person, you can do an incredible amount. But when you come together in your communities, in your workplaces, in your schools, in your churches, like, we can absolutely do a huge amount. So we need to help people to recognise the power that they hold and the power that these community groups hold as well. My second favourite stat is, it's probably joint first, is the idea of social norms and social tipping points. So we talk in climate a lot around sort of ecological tipping points, things that we're really worried about that would sort of cascade a domino of climate effects. There is a growing body of science around this idea of social tipping points. It only needs about 25% of people in a community doing something differently, talking to other people about it, sharing the co-benefits and the joy and the fun that they've found with it, for that to very quickly become the social norm in that community. And that community could be a school, a workplace, a church group, whatever it can be. If you think about we probably saw it in action downstairs. What usually happens at these events is you sort of go around and you say to a few people, we need to all be in a different place now. Can you all go back after your tea break or whatever? And a few people go and everyone else carries on having their cup of tea and their cake. And then if you manage to get a few more people going, literally you can see it happening. About 25% of people start exiting and, oh, okay, that's where we're going now. And we all go, like, we're hardwired to fit in with social norms. So really hold on to that stat that 89% of people already like really passionately care. We only need 25% of them to be doing something differently before we'll start to get these social tipping points within our communities. If we can, thank you. This was called a practical guide, I think, to community engagement, and I've whittled on a lot about theory and things. So let's have some practical tips. Just as a heads up, they are in the form of questions. I said I didn't have all the answers. They are in the form of questions to reflect on. So what can you do in your existing communities? And we've got some animations. So maybe if we just bring them all up. So there is already a huge amount happening in all of these different kind of communities that we talked about. So eco churches are here with a great big stand, I think, downstairs. Go and talk to them. Very happy for you guys to come and talk to me about what you can do in schools. WI, I've just picked them as an example. I'm sure there's great things happening in Rotary Club and similar, but they have a climate ambassador scheme. The Great Save one is football. Like, sport is a great way of bringing people together. So Green Football's Great Save, I think, is a campaign around and a sort of engagement tool around getting people in football involved in it. There's also similar things for cricket and for, loads of other sports. So do have a look if you're into sport. There's a Green Runners. Actually, Damien lives in Corsham, who co-founded Green Runners. The gardening book there is a wonderful book, but it's to kind of demonstrate the fact that, through gardening, we can engage people with green and environmentally friendly techniques. And then Geeky is there just as an example, really, of a really good workplace engagement program for employee engagement. But the final animation is this idea that every job is a climate job. So everybody who stood up, who said they go to work or they have a job, think about how you can engage your workplace community, what you can do with your job to change that system of your workplace. We talk about individual change versus system change. You can change a system that is a school or a workplace. I work every day with vets who are changing the veterinary profession, but also their individual practices. Work with schools. There's people in the NHS doing amazing work. Like, every job you can think of, we think of green jobs as fitting solar panels and heat pumps and those sorts of things. Every job can be a green job. So really think about where there might be potential for engagement within the existing communities that you're already in. Where are people already gathering? Everybody is super busy, okay? Everybody's lives are busy, and it's very easy to think that they don't care. It's not that they don't care, it's that they've got other priorities. Not everybody is excited about climate action as we are. So rather than asking them to take time out of their days to go to a specific climate event, how can you put your event on where people are already gathering? So several years ago, I ran a few repair cafes in Warminster. We did them in the library on a Saturday morning. So families, we're often a demographic that we're trying to engage families. People were in and out. Oh, what's going on over there? Brilliant. That sounds amazing. I'll definitely come next time. We held a swish in a local pub on a Friday night. That's getting your friends together and going out for a night out, and you happen to get some free clothes off the back of it. The picture of the school kids there is one of my colleagues worked with a school, and they did an energy saving stall at the parents' evening. Like, parents are sat there waiting, they've got nothing to do, sat there waiting to speak to their kids' teacher. Let's put an energy saving stall on, let's put the kids on there, let's get them engaged in energy saving. And the last one, I think the headline is from Sydney, but I'm pretty sure they've got a scheme running in Ireland as well, and I think it's genius. Training up hairdressers to talk about climate change. So where are you going on your holiday? Oh, are you worried it's going to be too hot, flooding? I don't know how they do it, but I thought it was just absolutely genius. So thinking about, different ways that you can engage people where they're already gathering. If we can move on. Think about what you've got in common. So there's an amazing climate scientist called Catherine Hayhoe, and she's not just a brilliant scientist, she's a wonderful communicator. She's got an amazing TED Talk called The Most Important Thing We Can Do to Fight Climate Change, to talk about it. And she's got a brilliant book called Saving Us. I've got a copy of it on my stand downstairs if anybody wants to have a little look at it. And she talks in the talk and in the book about finding a connection. So even if you're completely opposite ends of the political spectrum to somebody, there will be something that you have in common, something that you both care about. It might be that you both live in the same place. You might have kids who go to the same school. You might have kids who play for the same football group. You might both be interested in kind of nature, but coming at it from different ways. So find that connection and build on that connection. And the polar bear kind of stamped out is a slight provocation. So Phil Corbell, who co-founded the Carbon Literacy Project, his key piece of advice is no polar bears. So we talk about polar bears and the fact that they're being affected by climate change, and it's very sad, but doesn't really make any difference to my life, really, at day to day, or the life of a busy kind of mum or somebody who's doing something. So we still, I think there's this perception that climate change is something that is chronologically far off and something that's geographically far off. Like we talked about how hot it is in here, like we're seeing it here and now. We need to make those local connections for people. We need people to understand what the local impacts are going to be, but we also need them, and this is so important, to understand what the benefits are going to be for them. What are the benefits going to be in their community? So thinking about, as I said, like we're all here and we're quite excited and engaged in kind of climate action, but disappointingly, lots of people aren't. So actually, if we can speak to the things that do engage them, for lots of people, that will be money saving. So we talk to schools a lot about, you know, the financial benefits of energy saving and things like that. So there will be benefits around money saving of lots of these things. There will be benefits for physical health. If you think if we can get more people walking and cycling, that's great for their own physical health. That's great for air pollution levels. It's great for mental health as well. So we know that getting outdoors is better for our mental health. We also know that an awful lot of people, if they allowed themselves to stop and think about it, and probably one of the reasons they're not engaging is because this is too anxiety inducing and too overwhelming to try and engage in. So actually, if we can give them fun, easy, convenient ways to do it, that's going to be a great way to get them to engage. And I'd like to say that Helen and I had kind of like pre-agreed our talks, but we didn't at all. But Helen mentioned fun, and I think Ian, you mentioned fun. Like, this, I cannot overemphasize this enough. I absolutely adore this quote. This is from Louisa Zian at Toast Ale. To change the world, you've got to throw a better party than those destroying it. Like, it is often seen as a kind of hair shirt worthy, kind of, you know, that's for the keen, kind of like slightly weird greenies over there. Like, how do we make this fun and engaging? And for ourselves as well, like, where is the joy for ourselves? If we just go on a massively long, hard slog doing stuff that doesn't particularly light our fires, we're all going to burn out and we're going to end up with nobody to help. So if we move on to the next slide, this is just some very quick examples of things that I've come across that I think are just brilliant. Take the Jump. We've got some information on Take the Jump downstairs, but this is a picture of them at a festival. Why would you not go over to that tent and like see what they're doing? Because that just looks like an incredible amount of fun. Silent disco litter pick. Litter picks are usually quite an easy one to engage communities in, but do a silent disco one and that elevates it like one step further, I think. And this was a community in Slough. They started off focusing just on litter and rubbish and that sort of thing. But from that, because they brought together all of these people who kind of had something in common, they've moved on and they've done repair cafes and they've done swishes and they've done, so like start where people are and then see what you can, you know, see where the engagement is. Kids Fest is a brilliant event that somebody in my clubhouse runs. They could have called it Green Fest, and then they'd have just got the keen greenies coming. They call it Kids Fest, all the families come along with their kids. Oh, and by the way, all the activities and stalls are kind of like green and environmentally focused. And then the last one is Shoreland's Bike Bus up in Glasgow. They started so bike buses are like a bus of children riding bikes. They do it, I think, every Friday. And it's a way of highlighting how many children and families would cycle to school if there was safe infrastructure for them to be doing it. But oh my God, it is, if you watch the video, there's a video on the BBC News website, they're ringing their bells, they've got music playing, they all arrive at school. If I was 8, I'd be like, Mum, I want to go on the bike bus next week. I don't care about air pollution, I don't care about climate, like, I want to go on the bike bus because it looks an enormous amount of fun. And just some more tips. I asked my, another community, I asked my LinkedIn community, because there's some wonderful people on there doing some great stuff, what tips they had. I think these are all on animation, but maybe we'll just kind of fly through them. Absolutely no preaching. Like if we tell people they're doing stuff wrong and they're bad and they're awful, like people aren't going to want to join in. That run in red, I think, is really interesting, and I'm really bad at doing it. Ask them what the important things are to them and actually listen to the answers. That's really, really important. Listening more than speaking, which I'm not very good at. Understanding that someone else's climate action might look different to yours, and that is absolutely okay. We need it all. Like, we can't do everything. Really celebrating when somebody does something, when they step out of their comfort zone, and even if their comfort, even if I talk... this isn't my quote, but, I say to people, like, somebody else's meh might be your, oh my God, that's amazing, and vice versa. Like, we need to celebrate everything that people are doing. Keep it simple. Don't talk perfectionism. Again, that wasn't my quote, but the sustainable-ish. Like, talk about journeys, talk about, getting started, talk about the next steps. We tell people they've got to be, the options are don't do it or do it absolutely perfectly, funnily enough. I'm just going to sit here and not do it. Involve them in that journey. Storytelling is really, really important, and show them what others are doing. So show them that they aren't, that they're not a slightly weird person for doing this, that there are all these other people doing it and doing it really well. And just start, I like this one, just start, have minimal expectations. Don't set too many rules and just keep an open mind. Be prepared to flex, be prepared to change your project as it goes. So this is just to say that, like, you are all absolute superheroes in this room with what you're doing. It isn't easy. Like, as you can see from that, like, it's something we're all struggling with. There are no quick answers, but you are all absolute superheroes. Where's my notes? You've all got different strengths, different skills, different approaches. So see today what you can learn from each other, what's working for other people. Remember that no one has all the answers. And it's really important, I touched on this earlier, for you guys to find the joy in what you're doing as well. So the very last slide is just to say that introduce the concept of climate ikigai. So this is a Japanese concept, and it was adapted for sort of climate by Ayana Elizabeth Johnson. So the idea that, think about what you're good at, think about what work needs doing, and I think we often kind of focus on those two things. What brings you joy? There will be projects here that you're like, oh, that's an amazing project, but like, if I did that, I would want to poke my eyes out with a stick, and that's fine. Find the thing that brings you joy and think about how you can, use that to apply it to the work that needs doing. So I hope that was vaguely helpful. I'm really looking forward to today and seeing all the connections and things that come out of it. We've got some amazing sessions and some amazing speakers. Thank you all hugely for being here, and thank you for listening.
Can I ask just one quick question? What was the Japanese name? Ikigai.
Thank you so much, Jen. I sat there and I looked around the room to see if I was the only one who was absolutely grinning from ear to ear, but a lot of you were grinning with me. I thought that was amazing. Your energy and enthusiasm just came through so well. So thank you so much for doing that. I'm also going to hand over to Rachel Berger now, who's also going to inspire us and get us motivated, and also pick up on some of the issues around engaging with our communities to adapt to an uncertain future. So please can I welcome Rachel Berger from Climate Friendly Bradford and Avon.
Well, good morning, everyone, on probably the hottest midsummer day this country's ever had. Our ancestors celebrated the summer solstice, grateful to the sun for enabling their crops to grow. We've lost that recognition of our intimate connection with nature and the earth's rhythms. And if we're to thrive, the challenges we face, we must find a way for many more people to feel a part of nature and not separate from it. Tragically, we have failed to make the transition to a lower carbon life in time, and so we are not going to stop dangerous climate change. Emissions are still rising. So we need to start now to adapt to what's coming, and that means being resilient, prepared for weather extremes, coping with change, with loss of what we love in the world, and managing in future with much less of everything that we now take for granted. That will be best done in our local communities, among people we know and trust who care about their homes and where they live. These are the key points to remember, which I hope will shape what you take away from today. So a bit of context. While the UK talks as though its emissions have declined since 2000, and more of our electricity does come from renewables, many key sources of emissions are excluded from the national greenhouse gas accounting. Defence, air travel, shipping. Most of the consumer goods we buy, washing machines, phones, cars, are made in China. So the emissions involved in making them count under China. No wonder China's emissions are so high. The emissions caused by war are huge. Israel's war on Gaza alone has led to emissions equivalent to the annual total from 100 of the poorest countries. SUVs worldwide are apparently the second largest source of emissions. If only we could have a tipping point that small cars were it. We all find lifestyle changes very challenging, and many people, maybe not the people here today, are extremely resistant to those sort of changes. I'm afraid it's almost certain we've passed the Paris target of keeping temperatures globally below 1.5 degrees rise. And with the emissions locked into the atmosphere and oceans, we face a global temperature rise of around 2.7 degrees at least by 2100, if not sooner. And of course, this will have major impacts on water resources, agricultural productivity, and the livability of many inhabited areas, even in this country, low-lying areas, and far worse in regions nearer the equator. So are we as a country getting ready for these conditions? No. The latest report of the government's Climate Change Committee on the preparedness of government and the country for adapting to climate change found that of 46 measures, including energy security, water, food security, health systems, none scored well. There is no plan for securing our food supply as the climate changes. The current unusual weather may be very pleasant, but it bodes disaster for harvests in this country, and food prices for the items we do produce will be higher in the autumn. As Helen said, we import a lot of our food, around 50%, much from countries where harvests are already affected by climate change. So given the unpreparedness of our government and the fact that adaptation must be place-related, different challenges in different places, even between Bradford-on-Avon and Trowbridge, there's a vital role for local communities to draw on their own resources to prepare for what is surely coming in terms of extreme and unpredictable weather, supported, of course, by their local governments. We still need to decarbonise to prevent an even greater global temperature rise, but there's an urgent need to build community resilience to minimising suffering. How do we engage our communities? Well, I'm not going to repeat the kind of things that Jen has said. Asking people not to fly or to eat less meat often antagonises people. But inviting them to meet up to find out how to cope at home on very hot days or in a power cut might well engage many more people because these are issues which worry them. This is building resilience and adaptation in communities to the changing world we face. Nature-based approaches are crucial. For flood-prone Bradford-on-Avon, the solutions are not flood barriers, which is what the government has set aside some money for, but different land management higher up the catchment and having land in the floodplain near the town available for temporary water storage. We need to move away from industrial agriculture to regenerative food growing systems and grow more food locally. So this picture is of Avonlea Orchards and Horticultural Farm. So to me, I volunteer there, and Jonathan Francis has been practicing a regenerative approach for 20 years, creating more biodiversity. So all these photos, including the flowers with the, I don't think it's a bee, but whatever insect. So he's involving volunteers. We always have a shared lunch, which Jonathan cooks. An amazing amount of produce is produced. And many of the people who volunteer come with a need for peace and contact with nature to improve their mental health. Community allotments, small areas of local parks planted with vegetables, more community orchards. These will bring people into closer contact with nature. Not in a nature reserve, but in the towns and places where people live. This is where parish and town councils and organisations that you represent can help. Feed the birds by planting trees that have berries on. Replace dull evergreen shrubs with colourful bee-friendly plants and even some vegetables. There are some beds by the riverside, Bradford-on-Avon, near Timball's Yard, which are beautifully planted, and these are managed by volunteers in association with the town council. The future will undoubtedly be very challenging, but do not despair. Embrace the opportunities it presents for building resilience through strong communities, for humans, non-humans and plant life. Thank you.
That's brilliant. And thank you so much for keeping to time. I'm just looking to make sure that we don't miss our refreshments, which is in 5 minutes. We have actually got 5 minutes to spare. So okay. We're going to move straight on to the next bit, which is the overview of the sessions. Yeah. Right, so we have a series of sessions that are running for 6 workshops, and I'm going to ask each of the facilitators in turn to stand up and introduce their session. It's great. So the first one, I think, is Paul Robertson.
Good morning, everybody. It's lovely to see you all here. The session I will be running is to do with the natural environment and resilience, and also how communities can get involved with that, and looking at how communities can support and work with that. That'll be at 3 o'clock in the, which room is it?
Conference room.
Conference room, there we go, in the conference room. So if that interests you, and I hope it does, we'll hopefully to see you. If you haven't melted by then, we'll see you in the conference room at 3 o'clock. Thank you very much.
Okay, I'm going to introduce Andrew Nicholson, who's going to talk about his session.
Okay, it's active travel, that's walking, wheeling and cycling. We'll have Ruth and Vicky from the council and Lawrence and Becky from other groups. And it will be in here. Like some trains, it'll start on time, but there won't be air conditioning at past. Unlike trains, you can join after it started. Thank you.
Great. So can I invite Nick Murray to explain his session?
Good morning, everybody. So we're doing community energy. We're looking at community energy generation in Wiltshire, looking at engaging communities and looking at the future energy landscape project. We'll be in the conference suite starting at 11:30. Thanks.
Stacey Shepherd. Stacey's not in the room. Let me explain what Stacey's is about. Stacey is going to be doing a session on domestic retrofit. So next is Sarah Valdis.
Good morning. I'll be leading the session on circular economy and reducing waste, an area that's very passionate for me and one that I truly believe in can make a big impact on our climate emissions as well. So look forward to seeing you just after lunch. So the graveyard slot, hopefully you'll all be nice and refreshed from some lunch, and we will be in the conference suite just down the corridor. Thank you.
Jen.
Thank you. I'll be leading a session, I think it's in here. I'm very unprepared for this bit as I'm making it up. I'll be leading a session in here, sharing climate information, so tools and kind of games and engagement strategies for kind of walking people through climate science, but also kind of tips and ideas for getting them on board. And it won't all just be me. We've got some lovely, amazing people who are doing wonderful things in their communities, sharing the benefit of their experience as well. So that'll be in here in the last slot, which is, I'm so prepared for this. 3 o'clock-ish, I'm thinking, probably.
3 o'clock.
Helen's saying 3. Brilliant. Yep, thank you.
Okay. So if you hopefully picked this up when you came in, all of those sessions, some of them this morning, some of them this afternoon, are listed on there. In the brackets, it tells you which room it is in. And if you're not sure which direction to go in, just ask one of us and we'll be able to direct you. And I'm going to just check the time because I think we're absolutely spot on. So if you can, just make sure that you're at that session in the right room by the first session start at 11:30. So there's refreshments and there's the showcase downstairs. So if you want to go and make your way down the stairs quietly and join us in the atrium. Thank you very much.
There are also coffees in the conference centre.
So it's very much on our radar, you know, candidates from some of these commissions, very finance. It's not something that we need to be involved in as personal effects. So we certainly just not part that. Might be, I don't know. It's not kind of vertical farming type I mean, I think it sounds very interesting. You know, that's worth a lot. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. There's also some really interesting stuff on might be able to do that as well.
No, to that last work out a way
I'm sure not my expertise, but they're to do like that. Yeah, are you based right? Yeah. Good luck. Well done.
Very open for us and becomes for lots of private lines. And then once you have to are you leaving in the next?
No. I'll be here for at least half an hour. So I think I'm going to have a bit of a wander around downstairs and see what's going on there. So just grab me, but I probably will go by about 12 or just after.
That's fine.
Yeah.
I'm going to get Ian and take a photo from the globe.
Yeah.
And I'll see you around and I'll
Just come and grab. Great.
Thank you.
Thanks, yay, top up. Oh, sorry.
Hello, hello, testing. Victor, Vicky.
Yeah, but we've got Victoria, Blue, Lawrence, and
That's right, that's the order. It's going to be the order. That's the order.
Vicky. Vicky.
Okay, you're first and back.
Is that the
You're
order?
doing first and I'm about to start.
Lawrence is going before Ruth now.
If you can
After
handle
you.
that, Paul.
It's me.
Okay, good morning. Thank you for coming back to this room. Oh, the bell. That's it. Right, last orders. I'm pleased to introduce this session on active travel. Public transport is fascinating. We hope to cover it in another event like this. And without more ado, I'm the Transport Topic Group Leader for Wiltshire Climate Alliance. I'd like to introduce our speakers, and the first one is Victoria, or Vicky Burville, Climate Manager with Wiltshire Council, and she's going to talk about planning improved infrastructure for walking and cycling and how it happens in Wiltshire.
So shall I think I'll just use, can you hear me okay if I stand up? Or, okay. So, yeah, because I think it's live stream, so I need to make sure I'm on the camera. I'm going to use this one. Oh, can you turn yours off, Andrew? There we go. That might be better. But now I can't see my slides. Yes, I can. Okay, hello. So I'm a climate manager in the climate team at Wiltshire Council, but I am actually speaking on behalf of some of my highways and transport colleagues, particularly about local cycling and walking infrastructure. So if we can go to the first slide, please, Paul, that's it. So there's just quite a few bullets up there. I'm not going to talk through all of these, but it's just gives you a flavour of what are the policy drivers for us at Wiltshire Council, what kind of drives what we do. But these do show there's a clear ambition in government policy, which helps to drive funding and local delivery. For example, back in 2017, the government published its first cycling and walking infrastructure investment strategy with the ambition to make walking and cycling the natural choices for short journeys. And then Gear Change, a bit later, policy paper outlined ambitious plans for moving as much transport as possible into cycling and walking, and in the process significantly cutting emissions and improving air quality. There's also the Bus Back Better plan, which is about far greater usage of low or zero carbon bus services. And we also look at bus travel as part of active travel. We actually have our very new national bus manager, bus strategy manager here, so could maybe sort of take some questions on that side of things. But yeah, Gear Change is about having a network of safe, continuous, direct cycle routes in towns and cities, so making it easier for cycling and walking and pleasant, away from motor traffic. So the future should be, according to these policies, should be places that are truly walkable and making cycling a mass form of transit. So that cycling walking is the natural first choice for many journeys, and with the goal of being half of all journeys in towns and cities being cycled or walked by 2030, or wheeled, other wheels. So yeah, there's lots of really good words in the national policy, and then yeah, how it filters down to local delivery is the sort of different funding schemes, which I can go into later if you want more detail on that. So if we go to the next one, oh yeah, sorry, there we are. I don't think I probably need to tell you about the benefits of cycling, walking and wheeling for health, well-being, congestion. You can just flash them through, Paul, as we go. But just a couple of statistics with, cycling and walking can result in 40% uplift in shopping footfall in well-planned improvements with pedestrian environments. And Sustrans estimates that £650 million is contributed to the UK economy each year by leisure and tourism cycling on the National Cycle Network. In terms of climate change, the government has pledged to reduce national emissions by 78% by 2035, and for UK to be net zero by 2050. Wiltshire, our plan is to seek to help the county of Wiltshire be carbon neutral by 2030. And as you heard Councillor Thorne today, he's very much committed to that. We had some studies done to show what the emissions pathways need to be to get us down to net zero, both for the council's emissions and the county's emissions. You can see that on our stand and ask my colleagues if they're not too busy. But that analysis said we need to increase to 9% active travel from the 2020 rate of 3% share of the modes. So it doesn't sound like much, but it is a significant increase. So the next one is about what the council's role, a council's role could or should be. And in fact, you know, as set out in Gear Change, cycling and walking need to be at the heart of decision making. Things on here like infrastructure provision, behaviour change, embedding an active travel culture, they're all things councils can get involved with, and I think we're doing some of those more than others at the moment, and I think it's a direct result of where we're funded and you know, sort of priorities that we have to deliver as well. But we do have the new local transport plan, and that does have decarbonisation at the heart of it. But yeah, and then it's the implementation that needs to come on the back of that. So what have we been able to deliver so far? We actually, next one please, Paul. We've focused in the last couple of years on delivery of infrastructure. So we haven't been able to do so much of the behaviour change because of the way the funding is allocated and what we're eligible to bid for. We invested almost £9 million just last year, but obviously quite a bit of that's the future high streets, ones that you can see on there, and that's Trowbridge, Salisbury. It doesn't obviously go far. That's not covering the whole of Wiltshire. But if we go next slide, please, Paul. Oh, that's just a photo of some of the improvements down the road here in Trowbridge. But you can see things like widening of pavements and the street furniture and everything, making a better environment for cycling and walking and more sort of legible. Next one then. So I'm going to talk about the local cycling and walking infrastructure plans. So these are a strategic plan-led approach to identifying cycling and walking improvements at a local level. It's a vital part of the government strategy to increase the number of trips made by walking and cycling. So yeah, I'm just going to go through what that is, what it takes to deliver it, and how you can get involved as a community or individual. So yeah, let's just skip over this. It just says a network for planned routes and prioritisation for delivery. So it helps the process involves identifying the routes, prioritising whether they should be delivered in the short, medium or longer term. And it's not, what it isn't, is an action plan saying exactly what's going to be delivered by when. So it's not that sort of action plan. It is a strategic plan that when the funding comes in, things get delivered. Yeah, so if we go to this one, yeah, so where are we with them? So the plan is to have a LCWIP, local cycling and walking infrastructure plan, for each of the main towns, so that you can see the ones that have been completed, in draft, started and then planned. So they should all be done you know, over the next coming year, I'm told. And the one, if you look in the box with the ones completed, the Wiltshire Wide is one of those. So the Wiltshire Wide framework, and that focuses on inter-urban routes, longer distance routes. And I've just put those little thought bubbles there because the thinking is that e-bikes make it more possible for people to travel between towns or between towns and villages than they might otherwise do on a pedal-powered bike. Is that the right difference? And then the other little thought bubble there, actually, yeah, I've been talking a lot about cycling just then, but walking, the infrastructure for walking, okay, it's not all perfect, but it is mostly there already. People can walk, and maybe in terms of behaviour change, yes, some people will change to cycling, and that's great. And we had some wonderful cargo bikes here yesterday, and we've got another one today in the atrium. And you do see more and more of those around. Yes, but also how can we encourage people to walk? And obviously taking a lot of the principles that we heard from Jen earlier, in not just, I don't know, lecturing people, but showing them that it really works and it's not that hard. And we have a lovely video that's on the Right Choice website. You'll hear a bit more about schools in a minute, but a few schools in Wiltshire worked to develop a toolkit for school action planning for walking and cycling, and they have a lovely video about how they do it. And I think just explaining and showing to others that, you know, I cycled here today, I have to bring a change of clothes, but I've got used to that, and it's just, you sort of, the more you do it, the easier it is, really. And lastly, yeah, I just wanted to show you sort of inside the factory of how they're made. And this is really important, and I think we can save some of this for the discussion. But the first phase is that stakeholder organisations, groups, towns and parishes are engaged at the start. Now, if you're an individual, you're not necessarily going to hear about it at that early phase of engagement, because it will be groups that we engage with, cycling groups, town and parish councils. So then the council, I believe this is, you know, it's probably quite oversimplified, but draft is made, and then the second phase is publicly consulted. So that's through our website, and then obviously it's published and it's on to implementation. But as I said, it's not, we're going to implement this now. It's when funding comes in. So if you just click the next one, Paul, it just sort of shares, or what does it say? Have I got a little bubble? Yeah, so how do I get involved? I'm happy to take that in the discussion, but just to say, if you want to be involved, it's really through your local cycling or walking group, or town and parish councils or city councils. And if there isn't a local cycling group, maybe set one up or link with the town council. I think in Cairn, maybe we've got Cairn here. I think they've worked with the town council to set up a group. May have got the wrong place, but let's hear from you guys. Okay, right, must be somewhere else, sorry. But yeah, what happens in the meantime, I think, will be everyone's question. If it's not directly going on to delivery, what do we do in the meantime? So I think that's a really good discussion we can have about what are the opportunities, what can communities and individuals like yourselves get on and do, without the council necessarily having the funding straight away. There are other things. And actually, that might be a really good time to go on to the next speaker. So thank you for listening.
Thank you. Before we go on, the way I want to do this is I'm happy to take the odd question for information or clarification from each speaker, but otherwise let's go through the speakers, and then we'll take questions which the panel can field, and open up a discussion. So a question there, could you press the right-hand button on the gadget in front of you? Thank you very much.
Hello. Oh, it was just a question about the language. So it's called cycling and walking. So I was wondering why it's not walking and wheeling to include wheelchair users and other wheeled.
Yeah, I don't know, but I can take that question away. I noticed that when I was writing it up, and I thought that might be a question, but I imagine it's probably taken from the sort of national policies and guidance with that. But it's very much included. We always talk about walking and wheeling, but yeah, the plans are often, I think, walking and cycling. Ruth might know more. Others might know more. No.
Yes, it is the government term. So Wiltshire's aligning with what the government call them, but that debate has absolutely been had in a lot of forums, that wheeling should be included as well in the title.
And by wheeling we mean wheelchairs, electric wheelchairs, mobility scooters, skateboards, anything else that isn't a bicycle, horse or motor vehicle, I think. And by cycling we do include legal e-bikes. So without more ado, Lawrence Cable, would you like to introduce yourself and launch?
Thanks, Andrew, and good morning. Yeah, we are just morning. Good morning, everyone. So I'm a local active travel campaigner based in Chippenham. I'm part of a group called Cycle Chippenham, although that's not the capacity I'm in here today. I'm just here as a parent of a child at Queen's Crescent School. And here to talk to you about the process that we have gone through with Queen's Crescent School to improve the safety of the roads, and thereby hopefully also increase the active travel, so people cycling, wheeling, walking, scooting to school, with the hope that it's going to inspire some of you to do the same as well. So could I just see a show of hands? I'm going to do that thing stand-up comics do and say, if we got any counsellors in, don't worry, I'm not going to actually pick on you then. Counsellors? School staff? school governors. Brilliant, got quite a mix of people here. Parents or carers or grandparents of school-age children. That's lots of us, right? Neighbours of schools. So I think we've probably got most people in the room here. I'd like you to just think about the school that you put your hand up thinking about there. Now, I'm not a betting person, but I'd be willing to bet that that school has got some traffic issues at drop-off and pick-up times. I can see some nodding heads there. I'd also be willing to bet that that traffic issue that your school has is making the area around the school feel a lot less safe, right? Maybe something as simple as crossing the road feels like you're taking your life and your children's life into your hands. Maybe you won't even let your children cycle to that school because it's just far too dangerous. There's too many cars in the vicinity of the school. Now, I don't think it should be this way, right? We ought to be able to enjoy that time that we are spending with our children on the way to and from school rather than worrying about their safety. So that's why I'm here today, and I hope I can inspire some of you to go through the process that we've gone through at Queen's Crescent School, because the underlying point I'd like to leave you with is it's not actually that difficult to make a difference. If I could funnel my inner Chris Whitty and ask for the next slide, please. Buckle up, because I'm going to have to go quite quickly on this, but also just to say, as the disclaimer on the last slide, I am here in a personal capacity. Wiltshire and the school have given their blessing to me giving this talk, but I'm not purporting to represent either Wiltshire or the school. So, step one, get the people on board at the start. So when you see there's a problem and you want to make a change, you need to get someone in the school on board. Now, in our case, it was the head. It could also be a deputy head, a school sustainability lead. It could be one of the governors. Get someone in the school to actually own this and help you to drive it forward to differing levels. We're really fortunate at Queen's Crescent that the head has been absolutely 100% bought into this and has given a lot of his own time to it and to working with me on this. So really fortunate there. We also got local councillors on board at the start when we first started these conversations back, I think it was pre-lockdown or just around about the lockdown. So that obviously really important people to have on board as well. Next slide, please. The next thing that you want to do is to gather the evidence. So you might think you know what the problem is, but actually ask the school community through a thing called a travel plan survey to ask them what challenges they are perceiving, because I learned quite a lot from looking through the results of that one. Ask them about their journeys to school. You can get those questions from Wiltshire Council, so you don't have to sit there with a blank sheet of paper and work out what you should ask the questions. Ruth will be talking shortly, can help you with that. At Queen's Crescent, we also added some of our own questions around school streets, which is where you close the roads around the school to school-related traffic at drop-off and pick-up times to basically make the area much safer when you've got that really high concentration of young people coming and going to the school. So we said to the school community, you know, what are your views on potentially trialling one of those? We also did an audit of the cycle and scooter parking. There's quite some picture I took last week, which shows that, you know, the scooter parking there, it's not great, you know, strewn all over the grass, not covered, far more scooters than there are sort of slots in those pods there. So clearly a shortage of that. And with the cycle parking, there's actually government standards that say how many spaces you should have based on the number of pupils. And again, Queen's Crescent, massively short there. Next slide, please. Once we got the data in, we then analysed it. There's loads of interesting findings I could talk to you about, but just some key ones to pick out here. Only 11% of people said that they felt very safe around on the streets around the school. Massive red flag for me that everybody should feel safe, right, around the school. And in fact, 25% then said they felt unsafe or very unsafe. So again, not great, right? You don't want a quarter of your school population feeling unsafe on their way to school. Currently, 32% of people are driving their children to school. But interestingly, only 8% want to. So basically only a quarter of those currently driving to school want to drive. People want to be travelling by active means, walking, wheeling, scooting, cycling. And 75% supported the trial of a school street. So that was a really overwhelming level of support for that. And interestingly, I looked at the data of what was the level of school street support among those who drive their children to school. 72%. So again, overwhelming support for that. And then other issues, I mean, these will be familiar to anyone who's been near a school at drop-off or pick-up times, but inconsiderate parking, particularly around crossing points, high vehicle speeds, too many cars around the school, and as the audit showed, the cycle and scooter parking is not great. We also said, as one of the questions you asked people, is what will make you more likely to change your travel habits, to travel more by active means? And some of the points people said, fewer cars near the school, hence the desire for a school street, and better crossing points. So hold that thought, because we'll come to that in a second. Next slide, please. So then you have to write the travel plan. I think Ruth's going to talk a bit about this more in a second, but it's in essence, it's a document that sets out the findings from those surveys and what you're going to do about it. Key thing is to make sure that that action plan is workable. Don't put sort of pie in the sky stuff, or maybe you could work towards that, but what are the smaller actions that you can do to work yourself and work that school towards actually delivering them? And then we presented it to the governors as well, obviously to make sure that the governors were bought in, as well as the head and the leadership team. Next slide, please. So the final step on this, the promise is a 5-step process. We then applied for funding to actually deliver some of those improvements in the travel plan. We asked, based on what the school community told us were the problems, we asked for parking restrictions around the crossing points to improve visibility. That was taken forward through the local highways and footways improvement group, of which there is one for every area board in Wiltshire. So you'll have a local one, and you can raise issues with that through your parish council or town council. We then requested, through the thing that Wiltshire run called Taking Action on School Journeys, a feasibility study and funding to look at the crossing point and what could be done to make that safer. So again, you don't have to be a traffic engineer to be able to make a change. Wiltshire will do that for you. You just need to say, these are the problems, please help us with a solution. We've also applied for funding to do some on-site improvements to expand that scooter parking and the cycle parking. And we also wrote to Wiltshire Council and said, you know, there is a very strong desire among the school community here for a school street. So if I could go on to my final slide, please, which is the outcomes of it, because that's the interesting thing, right? We've got parking restrictions. Those who went through the legal process, they were approved and they're being painted imminently. So fairly quick there, we're being able to actually make a change to make those crossing points safer. We also got money for 2 more cycle shelters and a new scooter shelter. Those are being installed over the summer holidays. And we've also secured, through that feasibility study, money to improve the crossing points around the school, both to improve the safety of those crossing, to slow the traffic down, and I believe, although I never hold my breath when it comes to dates for highways works, but I've been told that should be the February half term. So again, fairly soon in highways terms, we should be getting those improvements being made to actually support the school community to get to school more safely by walking, wheeling and cycling. Final slide then. Now it's your turn. I hope this has inspired some of you to actually go and start talking to your school about where you could do this. As I say, it is not that difficult. You know, you can do it. There's great support from Wiltshire Council available. So I would encourage you, get started, start those conversations with your school. And this is the perfect segue to Ruth, who's now going to talk a bit more about the support Wiltshire can give.
Hello, I'm Ruth Durant. I'm the School Travel Plan Advisor for Wiltshire Council, so I'm here to help schools develop travel plans and secure funding for highway improvements, but also link them up with ideas for other initiatives they might want to try. So first, next slide, please. If we just run through what a travel plan is, the aim is to reduce carbon journeys and increase active travel. And we do that by, as Lawrence said, gathering evidence, surveying stakeholders about what the barriers are to more sustainable active modes of travel. But also, we talk a lot about the barriers, but I think also it's worth thinking about what are we doing already that works? Let's do more of that. I can help, I'll come on to that. And then having decided what the barriers are and what the success stories are, then you can develop an action plan for those things that you've got some influence over. So as Lauren said, keep it workable, keep it realistic. Next slide, please. So what support is available? I'm here to offer advice. I can do data analysis, provide survey pro formas and so on. And there's a travel plan template, as Lawrence mentioned. We provide funding for highway improvements through a scheme called Taking Action on School Journeys. So every year we work with around roughly 5 schools, and usually we do a feasibility study in the first year to look at what actually is practical, because sometimes, although it might be a great idea to have a pavement on a country lane, if the road isn't wide enough, then it's not a realistic option, unfortunately. So we do the feasibility study in the first year and then follow on with implementing the schemes in the second year, assuming funding continues. As well as survey analysis, I can provide postcode plots, which can be quite a useful tool for getting a discussion going about where people live in relation to the school. Are the people living where they could actually use the bus rather than drive, or could they car share? So again, it's about looking at those realistic solutions to the barriers that have been identified. Our road safety team offer bikeability, pedestrian training and scooter skills, so that all helps both equip people with the skills they need, but raise awareness as well of walking and cycling and so on. And then having done this job rather a long time and found that a lot of schools, I think, struggle to get the manpower, say, to help with maybe a walking bus or something like that. We've put together a toolkit of easy to implement solutions that schools can access for free of charge. Thank you. Yes, and here we go. So among those things, we've got the Home Run app, which facilitates journey sharing, but the company that run that are also developing extra functionality, which will be able to model capacity for change at given schools. And I think this will be a great thing for communities to be able to have the analysis within their, say, area board to see these are the schools where it really would be worth putting in the effort, because it's likely we will get some behaviour change. We've got the Sally portal, which is Pindar Creative. We can create a map, a leaflet for schools to send out to parents. So there'll be some text on one side about why walking and cycling and so on are good, and things, initiatives people might want to try. And then on the other side, we can have a map around the school, and we can show where pedestrian crossings or school crossing patrollers are, where there's cycle parking, maybe a park and stride location, just to try and make it easy, and to send that out particularly to parents before their kids have started at school. So actually they're aware that they could park further away and have a safe walking route to the school before they've developed bad habits that are much harder to break. We've been lucky to get government-funded Living Streets WOW outreach project, which is kids all go in and choose their avatar, and then on the whiteboard they record how they've travelled to school. So it's, again, a good way of engaging the children, getting them involved and raising awareness. And if there are any schools that are interested in that and not taking it up, we still have got the capacity to take some more on. So please get in touch. And then, as Lawrence mentioned, we're looking at doing a school streets pilot. That's still in the very early stages, but we're hoping to have a press release out in the next few weeks to let people know more about that. Oh, and yes, and the toolkit, yes, which was developed through the conference that Vicky's team organised a year or two back for secondary schools. So it was very much driven by those secondary school pupils as to how they tackled it, wasn't it? And yeah, so there's a variety of things. There's information on the Right Choice portal, which is the thing that the schools use to buy traded services, but that is, you don't need to be logged in to see my pages, and there's a link on my final slide, please, to all the different, oh, I do need to do community engagement, sorry. As a community, I think there's benefits to getting involved with your local school to try and make the situation better, because it makes the school feel supported, but it also brings benefits to the community, cleaner air, less congestion, and I think probably a stronger case for funding, because as Lawrence mentioned, we've got the LHFIGs, the local highway and footway improvement groups, and they're generally for improvements which are seen to benefit the whole community. And then we've got taking action on school journeys for school improvements. But clearly, if those two groups can come together and demonstrate that it will not only improve the situation around the school, but make the community a safer place to walk and cycle in, then that's a good thing for everybody. and then the links on the final slide, please. So these will all be sent round, will they? So
But yeah, this will be on the recording online, so you'll be able to grab it, but we can certainly send around in some way.
I just thought, because it's easy to just,
Yeah.
because they're hyperlinked rather than writing it down. I think that was all I had to say.
And I'm particularly pleased to introduce Becky Cox of British Cycling, who I think you're based in Swindon. And of course, the historic county of Wiltshire does include both the Wiltshire Council Unitary Authority and Swindon Borough Council.
Oh, yes.
Hello everyone. So my name is Becky Cox. I have a number of hats, but I suppose today I'm representing British Cycling, Swindon Cycle Campaign, a modern sporting hub, but I'm also Swindon born and bred, and I'm a local citizen and very passionate about helping people in my local community. So today, I suppose, so we've spoken a little bit about infrastructure and policies around getting people, helping people travel in active ways. We know that it's not just you can provide the infrastructure, you can provide the policies, but that isn't always what sort of fits for everyone. So, for example, I've cycled all my life, and I use cycling as my main way to get around. Our family, we cycle our journeys, and it's a habit for us. And we're privileged that we're able-bodied, and it's something that we are able to do. So what I'm talking about today is some of the programmes we're running at Borden Sporting Hub, which is a new facility that opened in July last year. And this is, which was thanks to a lot of work from numerous organisations, and particularly Swindon Cycle Campaign, which we realised the importance of providing programmes to support people learning to cycle, give people options for cycling. So basically my main aim in life is to help convince people that cycling can be something for you. We can help provide you with the training, the support needs, adapted bikes to help you enjoy cycling too. So so Morden opened last July. We have, in terms of the cycling point of view, we have a 1.2 kilometre traffic-free track for cycle training and racing, etc. We have like a little mini roads area for children on balance bikes. We have a pump track. We have a cafe. We have and we have a pool of bikes, and so I'm the community developer there as well. So I put on sessions with staff to provide people the opportunities. So my background is in transport planning as well as active travel. So next slide, please. So some of the key things we realised were there were a lot of adults around that weren't able to cycle. So this is the first thing. If you're talking to someone asking, why have you considered cycling to your destination? For many people, that's just not an option because they aren't able to cycle. So we have programmes such as Ladies Learn to Ride and Rusty Riders programme, which is funded by grant funding through the Lottery Community Fund, and that's a weekly programme where we have bikes available, we have instructors available, we have helmets, and it's really about providing a really inclusive and welcoming environment, because it is quite a scary thing as an adult to kind of admit that often adults feel kind of a bit embarrassed that this is a life skill that maybe they felt they should have learnt when they're younger. So it's a really inclusive, welcoming project, and we've helped so far over 60 women and girls learn to ride, and a lot of these people are from kind of more marginalised communities, and we work with the Swindon Borough Council Migrant Health team to help many of the ladies from refugee and asylum seeker communities to cycle, and it really does change lives because it means that they can then get to, they can get from A to B, they can maybe even just, have a bit of exercise and fun. So, next slide, please. Our Kids Learn to Cycle sessions, again, these are really, really popular. I think, again, some parents feel that it's something that they should be able to do, but often people are saying, you know, they don't have a safe space to do it. They don't maybe have the knowledge of what size bike or what type of bike to get. And yeah, so it's providing those opportunities to, providing the right environment and the opportunities to help children learn to cycle. We're finding like the average child is about age 6 to 7, which is, I think, fairly old really. I think it used to be about sort of 4 or 5 when children used to learn. But this really feeds into bikeability. So bikeability is the programme like the old cycling proficiency programme in schools, where it helps teach children how to make cycle journeys. And bikeability were telling us that some schools there just wasn't much take up because children hadn't learnt to bike by the time they were 10 or 11 and they didn't have a bike. So yeah, we've helped train over 400 children the last year. And often it does happen very quickly, and then it changes their lives and their families' lives, because then that's an option. They're able to start making journeys. Next slide, please. Our family cycling sessions are a really good one as well. So this is kind of a next step from the Learn to Ride programmes, and we provide basically a safe space and equipment to borrow for families just to practice cycling together and just have a bit of fun, really. So we've got bike trailers and child seats. We've got bikes for adults and kids, and we've got the advice and support there. So at the family sessions, we run these every Saturdays. Family session a couple of weeks ago, I just thought it was so lovely because we had such a massive range of people that were at the session from all of our different programmes. But most of those people at the session, they wouldn't have been there if it weren't for one of the programmes that we were running. And it was just really lovely to see the impact of what we're doing. Next slide, please. One of our really popular programmes is the Limitless Cycling programme. So this used to be called Wheels for All, and it was run by Swindon Borough Council for about 15 years or so. This programme is for adults with disabilities, providing a range of adapted bikes to enable people to enjoy cycling on the right equipment for them. So we provide the bikes, we provide volunteers and staff to help fit people to a suitable cycle for them. And then they've got just the freedom to basically just cycle around and enjoy what a lot of us take for granted, really. And for most of these people, so they're really popular sessions. We get over 40 people most sessions, and we're kind of at capacity, but it's a good thing. But for most of these people, they wouldn't be active, or they certainly wouldn't be cycling if it weren't for the sessions we put on. And it is a real community. So yeah, that's an important one. Next slide, please. So we started when the sessions came to Morden. So Wheels for used to just be adults, but we realised there was a lot of SEND children and families that were looking for inclusive ways to get active together and just like a welcoming, inclusive environment. So we started Limitless Family Cycling Sessions, which are weekly sessions. If anyone in the family has a disability or it doesn't have to be diagnosed, but it's about providing that opportunity for everyone to find the right equipment and to basically have fun cycling. And we've helped a lot of children with disabilities learn to cycle as part of these. So a lot of children with neurodivergence who perhaps, they've got a bit older and they haven't quite found the right support or right environment to learn to cycle. So we've helped quite a few teenagers that maybe they just didn't have the right environment and they just felt comfortable in the environment and with the support, and now they're able to cycle. And that just kind of, again, it means that they can make independent trips and just opens up their world, really. And yeah, this is one of our dedicated sessions that we run in the school holidays for migrant families, refugee and asylum seekers, working with the council. We provide the environment, we provide the bikes, and we work with the migrant health team to help everyone have an opportunity to get active outdoors, because often some of these people don't have much outdoor space, maybe don't have access to a bike. And again, we've taught a lot of people to cycle as part of these sessions, and they absolutely love it. So that's another one. And yeah, so I've mainly focused on the sessions that relate to kind of transport cycling, but we do a lot of other sessions such as balance bike sessions, which is the initial learning the skills to balance before you cycle, so for tots and things, and all sorts of other clubs, and really there's a real focus on trying to get women and girls into cycling, and particularly younger girls, because there's a real drop-off for teenage girls being active. So we have some free mountain bike sessions and pump track sessions, all about showing them that cycling can be fun and it can be something that you see as something for you, because often it's kind of like a thing that teenage boys do, and it feels a bit exclusionary to girls. But yeah, so that's yeah, and any questions? I'm very happy to be contacted. I love to share the joy of cycling. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm very impressed by the range of activities and tools and resources that Becky and Ruth have both told us about. I had no idea. Now we've got well over 10 minutes. I'm just going to do two things. One is to flag up that in the atrium, there are various e-bikes and cargo bikes, and in Bradford-on-Avon, several of us are trying to get a community cargo bike and electric bike hire and loan scheme up and running. It's not happening yet, but there are email addresses there. And I think that Millie from the council is showing us air quality monitors where are you Millie? Yes. Are you Millie? Will you be able to say more about them in this later session I'm about to mention? Thank you. And will you be in the atrium? Thank you very much. That's brilliant. So there'll be an extra session in the Salisbury room on this corridor from 1:40 to 2:40 on active travel. I'm glad you mentioned Living Streets because I will be plugging Living Streets and 20's Plenty, two national organisations that can help us to improve conditions for walking. And the other thing I want to do is use my prerogative and put a quick question to the panel while you're thinking of your burning questions. Short answers, please. If we accelerate the pace of increasing participation in walking, wheeling and cycling, doubling or trebling the pace, because we are in an emergency, what are the obstacles from you in your roles that you find to accelerating the pace so we catch up and overtake other highway authorities? Short answers, in any order. Okay. Suppose that you were called upon to double or treble the pace of promoting and developing active travel. What are some of the obstacles to that? Right. And there's it.
Speaking as a local councillor, listening to what I've heard this morning, one thing came out of it. It's really good to see a parent here who clearly took ownership of the travel plan. What I'd be interested in you doing would be to contact other schools that are just about to start out on the process, because phasing of things is quite important. And as someone that sat on LHP committee meetings, it's been very frustrating to put forward a plan and find there's incredibly limited financial resources to see it through. So the whole thing loses momentum. Something that just occurred to me, and I don't know if, as a councillor, I'm able to take this some further myself. It seems to me the way forward is to identify the walking routes systematically and see what's feasible there before this process begins. Because if you start getting people excited about, we can walk to school, we can do all this, and then it takes 2 years to get the actual work done, it loses momentum. And I think that's quite important. Another sort of aside is public transport. I've been trying to engage with Salisbury Reds over 2 years to try and have a family ticket to encourage people to use the buses. because for a parent with 2 children who are above the statutory level for free bus transport, they've got to go backwards and forwards to school 4 times, and the children have to go backwards and forwards a couple of times. The cost of that is quite inhibiting, certainly more than it would cost for the fuel. So, I mean, engagement with all local bus services will be really helpful, because I know there are some parents, it's not the answer, but it's certainly part of the solution. So those are things I think that would be quite, but I think your experience as a parent implementing a travel plan is something that we need to build on, because you will have come up against all of the issues that other people are going to encounter. But crucially, you're on site day in, day out, and you can sort of nurture that plan and develop it really effectively. So well done.
Lawrence, do you want to respond to that? And did you have a quick answer for my question?
I do, and they're actually related as well. I think in terms of what we need to see more, there's 2 things. One is funding, from which a lot of it comes from central government. And I was talking to the cabinet member earlier about the need to increase Wiltshire's active travel capability rating, which is currently 1 out of 4, which means we are leaving money on the table from government that we could be having in the county here. So that would be one thing. And the second thing, which touches on the thing about the slowness that some of these things can appear to be the case, that there's lots of reasons for that. Partly, highways works, there's a lot of safety audit and everything else involved, but I think there's a shortage of officers in the council who are able to work on this stuff. We need more officers. We've got some really good officers. We need more of them working on this stuff to deliver this through. So that's in sustainable transport, that's in the school side of it, and that's in the engineering teams to actually get some of this stuff delivered more quickly.
Thanks. Any other comments from the panel on that? Otherwise, Vicky, quickly, and then there's a question there.
Okay, well, I was going to, before Lawrence already said it, but I was going to echo that, yes, Lawrence mentioned capability funding, and I also mentioned it in my talk that we're only eligible, we're a low rating at the moment. We're assessed by Active Travel England. You're given a level, and due to whatever that level is, reflects what you're allowed to bid for funding. So at the moment we can bid for infrastructure, capital improvements, but not behaviour change. And yeah, as Lawrence said, but we can only improve that by putting the infrastructure in. I believe that's how it works at the moment.
And it's the amount of money we get. The government doles it out based on your score. So the higher your score, the more money you can get.
Yeah. Yeah, so that would have been what I would have said as the big obstacle too. But I didn't want to stay on obstacles, so over to you, Andrew. I guess we'll get on to solutions in a minute.
Thank you. I see your hand up, the lady there, and then next a hand up from Jessica there.
I'm not sure whether I've pressed the right button. The problem arose back in, 1980, when our village school was joined up with 4 other villages, and transport was provided from these 4 villages, and it's been a beautiful school in the village. As time has gone by, the actual quality of the school has improved vastly. It is now outstanding. The number of children in those 4 villages has dropped from being the major point of schooling for the area. Is now dropped to 10%. So we've got vast numbers of cars coming into the village and nowhere to park. And the school bus this last week had 6 pupils on it. So that is a major problem in the countryside, and we just haven't got. It's people having choice as to where they send their children to school. That is the problem. And so that now they are going vast distances to get them into an outstanding school. I don't know what the answer is. I'm afraid I don't have it.
I think that's a problem for a lot of schools. And like you, I don't know what the answer is. I mean, we moved out of London just after I'd had my first child. And certainly when we were looking at where to live, the idea that my kids could walk to school was, a condition that had to be met. So I don't really understand why people choose to drive vast distances to take their children to a primary school. But
Thank you. There's Jessica, I saw you, and then I have Jimmy and this lady.
I was just going to say on the funding issue, I mean, there are, as well as obviously statutory funding, there can be other sources of funds. So I work for a community energy organisation, so we have at the moment 40,000 a year to give out to projects that reduce carbon. So we've funded or helped kind of match fund some of Lawrence's and another group in Bassett. So it's worth looking to see if there's other funds out there that you can access money. I mean, not masses at the moment. Our maximum grant is £5,000 a project, but we're quite an understanding funder, so we appreciate that some of these projects are going to take some time before they actually happen, but we have funded things like just even the design stage because we knew that that cycle path wouldn't get built without the design stage happening, even though that our objectives are sort of directly around reducing carbon. So yeah, do look out for other sources of money.
Thank you, Jimmy.
Thank you, everyone. Yeah, can I just say thank you to everybody who's put this on today. It's absolutely fantastic. Thinking about schools, LH, Fig and Salisbury is a total of £15,000 for the whole year. They've just spent £5,000 on some drop curbs. That's not going to give us much left for the infrastructure outside St Mark's Primary School in Salisbury. The biggest problem we have is the parents and guardians for the children. Parking in the school keep clear zigzags. Parking on the double yellow lines despite huge signs, and we had a series of bollards along the road which did control some of it, but after the bollard monitor went on holiday, those bollards disappeared. We have gone as far as try to get funding for ANPR, automatic number plate recognition cameras. We try and work with the police, we try and work with the local parking ambassadors. I'm sorry, but we face this issue not just at St Mark's, we face it at every single school, as Councillor Wells knows very well, across Salisbury and across the county. And I think instead of just dealing with one school, one school at a time, I think sometimes we need to look at the bigger picture and looking at control strategies. Sorry, that's not really a question, it's a comment statement. But I guess the question is, what do we do?
Thanks. We have time for one response to that and one question or comment from the lady there, and then I'd hope to nearly finish on time. I'll let Martin Smith also speak last of all.
Quick, then. Okay, I'll be super quick, and it's just a reaction to what else we can do. So, yes, other funding. So the community groups might be able to access funding that the council can't, but of course, you know, do work with us and share ideas. Going back to the LC Reps, it's, yeah, input those ideas, like you said, about where those walking routes need to be, where the drop curbs need to be. But I just wanted to really say we had a great presentation yesterday from Appetito, and they talked about the nudge theory and their brochures, you know, so it's making me think of that. Yes, we've got this behaviour of it's easier to drive the car, you might be doing multiple drop-offs or whatever, and then going on. I wonder what the nudge theory is around that, what contextual changes can happen and then make it easier. It's actually the easiest choice because there's something else. Obviously, we don't want another pandemic. I'm not talking about that, but positive. So the Appetito brochures, now they talked about the hero spot. If you're in marketing, you would know this. I didn't know it. Is top right corner for the big picture of the thing that will draw people in. So they literally changed that from shepherd's pie to a fish meal and found that people chose it without any loss in revenue, they measured how much reduction in carbon emissions that resulted in because of the less red meat. So I'm going on more than I intended, sorry, but I think let's draw from Jen Gell's thing this morning and from that nudge theory and see what we can come up with.
Thank you. Your question next, or comment?
Hi, just want to reiterate comments to say thank you for today, and it's really great to see what Wiltshire Council is doing and all the other people involved. I'm also going to mirror what the lady said here about village parking, and also, although I don't like parents being blamed for stuff, being a parent myself, I live in a village and I see all of this is about towns, which obviously is very important, but as a village, minimal public transport, actually cycling and walking is much harder than you think to get out of the village. We've just got the cycle path, which is great in summer and dry weather, but terrible in winter and freezing conditions. So I wondered what plans there might be to support villages in active transport. Thank you.
Thanks. And I think that in the afternoon session when we look at walking and 20-mile-an-hour speed limits, that will be able to focus on villages. Also in that session will be Jimmy, who just spoke from Salisbury, talking to us about community bike rides. Jill, also from Salisbury, talking to us about the importance of signage. And the final word, I'm so pleased that Martin Smith has been appointed cabinet member for highways and transport. And Martin, if you want answers, you'll have to find us later. What can you say?
Okay, yeah, as Andrew said, I'm the new cabinet member for highways, which includes transport, obviously. I'm only 4 weeks into the job, so don't start throwing things at me just yet. I'm still getting my feet under the table, but one of the things I can reassure you all here is I have been an environmental campaigner myself for many years. I was a co-founder of Sustainable Shurston, and I've also been involved in the Malmesbury Climate Action Group, which is now sort of morphed into Fruitful Malmesbury and all sorts of other great things going on there. I think they call themselves Magic Malmesbury now. So, I'm aligned with all your values here, and you're aware that there's a new administration in the council. One of our key manifesto points was enhancing active travel. So you don't need to convince me of the importance of this subject. What I would say is that as we've been listening and hearing all these issues, implementation is far more difficult. And one of the things I see my role as is helping and facilitating officers to do the best they can within the constraints that other people set us and within the budgets that other people set us. But I'm very, very committed to giving them all the sort of political support that they need in this journey. On some of the specifics that I've been hearing about, I'm well aware of the problems with some schools setting up school travel plans, for instance, because they just don't have staff with the time that they can allocate to this really important job. So if you are a parent or if you're a governor, please get involved, ask them whether they've got a travel plan. If they haven't, volunteer to help them through the process, because I do know that schools in my own division have been struggling with this themselves. So please give them help. I do think that we need a potentially more sympathetic approach from some of our highways colleagues when it comes to what happens outside of schools. And obviously I've been having conversations about that. Somebody mentioned the sort of minimal budgets from LH Fig, and I agree with that. The last administration before they left actually halved the budgets for this year going forwards. We hope to do something about that, and there'll be announcements about that in the coming weeks. Parking at schools is definitely an issue, and it's quite difficult to get parking enforcement in these village schools. Something else I'll be talking to highways enforcement about, and I'm also going to a conference in a couple of weeks put together by the Crime and Police Commissioner, who has he's more focused now on speed limits, but I'll also be talking to him about enforcement. One of our manifesto commitments was to reduce speed limits around schools if the community wanted them. So we'll be working on how we can roll that out. That will obviously be dependent on budgets, but you've got to start somewhere. And somebody mentioned ANPR. I think we are really constrained about where those cameras can go. And I think most of the locations that people have thought about them so far are inappropriate, so are not allowed. So we are dependent on what other people set as in terms of standards there. Anyway, I just thought I'd share those thoughts with you and just reiterate my commitment to improving the situation that we've got at the moment. So thank you for your time.
And a couple of important housekeeping announcements. Thanks.
Yeah, important housekeeping. There's a wedding going on outside at this minute, and I'm afraid you're going to have to suffer in here for another probably 5 or 6 minutes. So if you could please carry on your meeting. It sounds like it's good stuff. So you have time, and I'll let you know when the wedding is over and you can get out. Okay? Sorry to delay you.
Vicky, do you want to say anything about the practical arrangements for food, the where and the drinks and the when and the...
Well, yes, okay.
And there's a gentleman there with a hand raised, a councillor.
All right, well, you go first.
Yeah, as we've got a couple of minutes, just a quick thought that entered my head. We've recently had a big publicity drive, which I'm really pleased to see, about the installation of better quality air quality monitoring devices across the county. Would it be a sensible thing to do to make it almost a policy to install them on the location of all the school sites so that parents were aware of changes in air quality around the school run time and also outside of term time, so that we get a real handle on the impact on children's health of excessive fossil fuel burning outside their school site?
Jackie and Millie.
I'm going to absolutely applaud that, but I'm going to go one further and say get the children involved, because quite often these are done as science plans. It can be done as part of the climate action plan. And, you know, then if you've got your children telling their parents not to drive to school, it's the most powerful thing. I had a tiny question while I've got the mic. We've just done a big survey in our village for the neighbourhood plan, and not surprisingly, parking outside the school, parents parking, running their engines for 20 minutes or more. And we have had quite a few meetings with the children who have got some really good ideas. So listen to the children. And another one with the active paths, what's an issue we've had is a lot of parents push a buggy to school. So they're happy to use a footpath, but not if it's got a stile or an awkward gate. So think about that. You know, a lot of communities are making sure that their footpaths are buggy friendly, as well as all the other things that need to be friendly. So thank you.
This has just been a taster session. We have our other session later. Any comment on the air quality monitors? Can you signpost us, please, Millie?
I can. So hello, I'm Millie Strong. I am running the Wiltshire, it's only a tiny one, the Wiltshire Community Air Network. We have 100 of these low-cost sensors that we are hoping to put out across towns and villages in Wiltshire. And we would love as many schools as possible to sign up. So if you are involved in a school, if you're a governor, if you're a parent, and you would like your school to be involved, I have lots of these leaflets available that you can share with your school. I would really appreciate support in getting to as many schools as possible.
Can I just say that I did attempt that over 2 years ago. Some schools voluntarily took part or attempted to take part, but there were, what was really exciting was that these sensors can be linked to software that you can monitor the data, but the school's IT didn't actually have the capacity, or there was some glitch over getting the data. But the idea was that you could compare the school to its own data, which would be absolutely fantastic. So I don't know if the technology's moved on in 2 years, but that would certainly be fantastic.
Yeah, all our data will be open source, so schools will be able to download it and do as much data analysis as they want. I've also got plans over the next year to come up with some lesson plans to help schools in different key stages do that. Yeah.
Thank you, Millie. And I think Lawrence Cable has a question for you.
Yes, so do the sensors detect the particulate matter that comes off EV brakes and tyres in particular? Because I've seen a lot of comments from parents going, oh, well, I drive an EV, therefore I can bring my car to the school. Now, from my perspective, that doesn't solve the safety issue. That's why I think there is not a place for cars right by schools. But yeah, do these sensors pick that up as well, so to measure the impact of EVs as well as ICE cars?
So these sensors are PM 2.5 sensors, and that's really exciting for us because it's the first time the council is going to be able to have a good look at PM 2.5. So yeah, with electric vehicles, PM 2.5 does still come off the brake and tyre wear. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Well, let's carry on. I'm going to ask Claire, is it? Because the other councillor, sorry, from Salisbury's
Yeah, thank you. I think this is a really fascinating conversation, and I'm just thinking about trying to bring together this idea that we've been talking about, nudging people to the idea of putting these sensors at the schools. What is it that we could do as a council, as councillors, to make it something that the schools actually really want to get engaged with and make it easy for them? Because I can see many schools might be, oh, we haven't really got time or the resource to add this to our already incredibly busy schedule. So how could we think about perhaps making it easy for the school to do it? Thanks.
I come back to that resourcing
You
point.
don't need to answer now.
I was going to come back to that resourcing point. As I understand it, Ruth is the only person who works on this at Wiltshire Council. We need more Ruths to help the schools.
And on that note, I think that the wedding has finished. There's so much more to talk about. Thank you, everyone, particularly the councillors who've come to this session. Let's go and enjoy the food and the showcase and our own comfort.
Hello, the room. Is everyone sitting comfortably? Okay. Unaccustomed as I am to public speaking, I wasn't entirely expecting to be leading this session. So please bear with me, because Stacey asked me to step in because she knows just how much retrofit means to me. And there's a lot of people I recognise around this room who know how much retrofit means to me. I came to retrofit because I didn't know what the word was when I went to a Zoom meeting. So I thought I looked down for retrofit to find out. And when I actually found out how much work has to be done and how challenging it is, and how it brings so many things from climate change to justice in fuel poverty, it just covers absolutely everything we're trying to deal with. And it is one of the most challenging things to get into communities, to help communities understand. One would have thought it would be easy because we're trying to save people money, keep them well and make them better, but it doesn't seem to work like that. So that's my little bit. So I'm very privileged to be opening this session. We have we will just go through a few basics on retrofit, which I'm going to ask you all to help me with, because just you know it anyway, but let's have some shouting out. And then I'm delighted to say we have somebody who is probably well known to you, the eminent Bean Beanland, who has devoted a lot of his life to helping communities understand. He's been, is there any parish in Wiltshire you haven't visited? I'd be surprised. You do, and thank you. Yeah, it'll get through soon. And then we have Kate Sylvester, who is a lead advisor who's doing amazing work in Pewsey, and I suspect probably holds the record for most thermal surveys done in a winter, but maybe I'll be corrected on that. Matt Short from Zero Chippenham, great communicator, does an awful lot about all forms of home energy use and lots of other things besides. And then we're going to have Stacey, who's going to help us go through the tricky bits of all the facts and figures, I think. And there will be quite a few pop-ups of people saying a few words as well, but I'll leave that to you, Stacey.
Okay, great. So, hi everyone. Thank you so much for coming along. We're going to be exploring today why we need to retrofit homes and the benefit it brings to households and the climate. So the guiding theme throughout the session is community engagement, and our expert panel that Jackie's introduced are here to introduce you to a selection of projects, grants, services which are available now to our Wiltshire residents. So there will be a presentation about heat pumps from Bean and 2 inspiring examples of local retrofit for you to hear about. And finally, we'll look at opportunities to support our communities and to get retrofit ready, and ask you what our communities need to support their retrofit journey. So, Jackie, over to you.
Well, first difficult question. And we would like to take answers from the floor, please, in an orderly fashion. You can answer me, who went to a meeting 2 years ago without a clue. What is retrofit? What does retrofit mean to you? Any thoughts? Yeah? Yeah. Absolutely. I think many people are actually living outdoors, as the energy assessor said when he came to our home. You know, we lose so much heat because they're not properly insulated. I think yes, absolutely. I think what we're aiming to do is to reduce, through retrofit, we're aiming to reduce the energy demand. And as you say, improve the efficiency using insulation, draft busting, and dealing with that dreadful thing called mould and damp, which goes absolutely hand in hand with anything we do to reduce heat loss. It has to be managed as well. And biggest is to stop using fossil fuels. If I could have a wish, it would be for nobody ever to replace a gas boiler with another gas boiler or an oil burner, but that's just my personal view. So let's see what the answers were. The upgrading of an existing building to improve its energy efficiency, comfort and sustainability. So absolutely. And then the next question we have is the benefits of retrofit. Now, good gentleman over there touched on a really important one, which is comfort. Do we have any other suggestions to add to that list?
Can I just quickly ask, are we supposed to be responding on Slido or
just
in the air? Okay, fine. Obviously cost. Reduced cost.
Absolutely, yes. Fuel poverty is a serious issue now, really serious. Yes, definitely. Sir?
Your personal system efficiency.
Yeah, absolutely. Not wasting anything. Yeah. Any other thoughts? Yes, that comes into health and well-being, doesn't it? I think now we're starting to actually monitor outside. We're discovering how terrible it is inside as well. In some cases, worse. And that comes with improving health and well-being. I think the evidence for actually the savings that are made financial savings that are made by retrofitting homes properly is far beyond saving the energy costs and reducing carbon. Massive improvement in health, well-being, and a lot more people staying alive, let's say, because it's not just people die because their homes are too cold, but also because they're too hot, and children have breathing difficulties. So it's really important that we do this. It's just really hard.
Can I just,
Yes, carry on, Bean.
add to that on the air quality piece, and it's very much both indoor and outdoor, but in London, there was a projection originally that we would get to a point where the burning of gas would become the single biggest source of NOx, nitrous oxides, and particulates in London by 2030. We've got there this year. Because the success of ULEZ has been so good in taking dirty cars off the road. So now if you're in London, and this will start to apply to other big metropolitan centres, the burning of gas is becoming the single biggest source of NOx and particulates, both indoor and outdoor. It's already the biggest indoor, but outdoor as well.
Yeah, that's really interesting. But we also need to think about just what massive employment opportunities there are. There's an awful lot of building work to be done, a lot of repair work, a lot of new installations per bean. This is a real opportunity for our economy, and which it will stimulate the economy because it's a lot of new work to do. And I would love to see the skills being developed within communities and within the county. It's a very hard thing. I know, when we're doing big projects, one has to look at what the bid is, but it would just be fantastic to stimulate the local economy by encouraging more and more training of young people. And young people, retraining people who are doing other things, and also retraining and using the skills of the builders and the people who've been doing it for a long time, but they need to learn a new way. That is the trick.
One other benefit that we usually recommend is to help homeowners that their property value increased, and they'll sell it more easily, because a lot of people, particularly retiring, are looking for something which is affordable in the future.
Yes.
Energy costs well, but generally,
yeah, and they'll be much cheaper to run after that initial investment. Yes. So I think we've ticked everything on there. One thing I would say is resilience, in that we learned this morning that hard times are coming, weather-wise, temperature-wise. You need to have a home that isn't too hot or too cold, and ideally you're managing floods and so on. That's all got to be taken into consideration. Thank you, Stacey.
Okay, next slide, please. Thank you. Okay, so this section's about setting the scene for retrofit. So this rather beautiful stripy graphic shows how temperatures have increased in southern England. So each stripe represents the average temperature for a single year relative to the average temperature over the period between 1884 and 2023. So the shades of blue indicate cooler than average years, and the shades in red are those that were hotter than average. And those deep red stripes on the right-hand side of the slide shows how the Earth is heating up. So in fact, today, 21st of June, is Show Your Stripes Day, and that is a global day of climate conversations. And it's also the hottest day of the year so far, I think maybe yesterday. So I think it's very suitable. Okay, next slide. Thank you. So, of all the operational emissions that come from buildings in the UK, 69% come from energy use in the domestic stock, which is alone responsible for 18% of our annual national emissions. Around 18% of CO2 emissions come from the residential housing stock alone. And this is why we must improve the energy efficiency of our housing stock. So as we know, there are difficulties and costs associated with that and our varied housing. And we might think, actually, is it easier just to knock it all down and start again with new energy efficiency homes? But actually, the embodied carbon associated with building a new home is on average twice of that of completing a deep retrofit, so going all the way through a retrofit. That is why retrofitting is very important. Next slide, please. So this is about the scale of the challenge we have. So 80% of the domestic stock that will still exist in 2050, it already exists today. So 8 in every 10 homes that exist now will still exist in 2050. And this is the scale of our challenge. So it highlights the importance of improving the energy efficiency of existing homes to meet our future climate goals. So it's a big task. Next slide, please. So this is about domestic energy performance in Wiltshire. So there are about 120,000 owner-occupied or private rented homes in Wiltshire rated EPC, that's Energy Performance Certificate Band D or below. So those are the homes on the slide in pale blue on the right-hand side of the graph. So EPCs tell us how energy efficient a domestic building is, and an EPC Band D or below is considered a poor energy efficiency rating. And properties with low EPCs will cost more to heat and they're less efficient. So EPCs can identify areas for improvement which could save money on bills and reduce CO2 emissions. Next slide. Thank you. So in Wiltshire, there's more than 13,000 homes that are considered to be in fuel poverty. So those are the ones on the orange side of the first slide. So there's a strong correlation between fuel poor households and people living with poor energy efficiency ratings. So the graph on the right shows how a reduction of around 50% in heating demand would take an average Band D property out of fuel poverty. So that's the real effect on real people's lives. So we've got our expert panel here today to introduce you to a selection of projects, grants and services available now to Wiltshire residents. This is a selection of the fantastic work already happening that you can get involved with. You can either do this by replicating in some instances in your own areas, or by sharing with your local communities what's already going on. So each panellist will introduce themselves and give an overview of the project. And I think we are going to, can we do the next slide? Yes, with Jackie, we'll start with Jackie.
Okay, well, after learning what retrofit was about, I worked with Wiltshire Council, with Wiltshire Climate Alliance to put on Green Open Homes, which is a type of event which happens pretty well all over the country. It has different names, but the ones run by CSE or supported by CSE are called Green Open Homes. And in Wiltshire, it was inspired by the work in Great Green Bedouin by Jeremy, you can wave, who did it in the village, but we thought, why stick with a village, why not go for a whole county? So we've actually had 2 events lasting a week each one running over 2 weekends. The first time we had, I think, just under 50 homes open, the second time 55 homes. 350 people visited the homes, and we've had really good feedback. And the purpose of running this is, one thing most people want if they're going to embark on something difficult and complex is to go and talk to someone who's done it. I think one of the biggest questions, most frequent questions asked was, can we listen to your heat pump? Which did cause a few problems because one of the days was really hot. They had to set the heat pump up to maximum so that the visitor could hear the sound of the heat pump. But the feedback was amazing because homeowners who'd done this work on their homes, opened their homes to visitors to come and discuss what they'd done and their journey. And unlike some areas where it's an open day, we did it all by appointment. So the homeowners knew who was coming to a specific time. They had an hour each time. They knew Mr. Briggs would be coming with his wife, and then they could show them around and really discuss. And we found that meant a lot both to the homeowners and to the visitors. They really enjoyed that. And we had an amazing variety. There's just a selection up there. One of the most which I haven't actually shown, one of the most frequently asked for homes was a brand new home, which the residents had moved into the previous January, and then they decided to retrofit with a heat pump. So that was quite an interesting story because it was a well insulated home, but it hadn't been equipped with a heat pump, and they wanted to go on to the next step. And then you can see that there's a variety. I mean, do have a look at the Green Open Homes page. It's still open. About more than half of the homes actually agreed to stay open by appointment, so you can still go and see them. And I mean, one of my favourites is the big house you can see on the screen, a listed 17th century cottage, and he'd done a fantastic job. I think he did put the solar panels on the boathouse. That was quite helpful. But a really interesting what he'd done with an old listed property. So I can highly recommend you follow that on, and do, if you're thinking of having work done, or you've got somebody who asks you about having work done on their house, go and visit a Green Open Home, because they'll get an honest, they'll get somebody's story of what they've done, and it will be honest, not a hard sell.
So thank you, Jackie, for that introduction of Green Open Homes. Can we have the next slide? Okay, so this is mine actually. So this is Warm Homes local grant. So Wiltshire Council have secured more than £3 million of government funding, and it's to help increase the energy efficiency of existing houses in the county. So it's fully funded energy efficiency improvements, including insulation, air source heat pumps, solar PV, and it will be available for homes which meet the eligibility criteria. So very quickly, the eligibility criteria are that it needs to be privately owned home, have an EPC of D or below, a household income must be £36,000 a year or less, or if it's more, you can be eligible if you live in certain postcode areas, or if you're getting certain benefits. So it's a managed scheme where homes will be assessed, designs produced, and the measures installed on behalf of the resident. And it's about to launch, but there is the link to apply, so the applications are open already. So that one, next slide, please.
Hi, so I work for Wiltshire Wildlife Community Energy. We're a community benefit company, and so our profits get reinvested in community benefit projects, which include this one, Keeping Warm This Winter, which we started in 2022, and was a project to focus on communities that are likely to be struggling with fuel costs. It was very much designed as a community-based project, so I would link in with community groups to go out and offer energy advice, simple, low-cost but effective measures to people that were likely to be struggling, and trying to link in with groups that would be working with them. So the first year we worked in the area of Melksham and Purton because of the number of households likely to be in fuel poverty in that area or off the gas grid network. And then last year I worked with food banks around Wiltshire to go into food banks and talk about simple measures that people can take, make sure, kind of signpost them to more help, obviously to Warm and Safe Wiltshire, if people were likely to be eligible for grants or needed financial support or just maybe caseworker support if they had issues with their energy provider or housing association. And then more recently this winter I worked with carer cafes and went around the county talking to carers about ways to kind of try and keep warm at home, make the home more comfortable. Yeah, so kind of talk a lot about draft proofing, secondary glazing, just all kinds of things, really, all kinds of questions, and just making sure people know what support's out there. But open to work with other community groups this coming winter and come out if that's something that would be helpful. Obviously, energy advice can be quite a complex area. There's many different kind of facets to it. Have spent a lot of time talking about ventilation and damp and mould. Spoken to a lot of people, particularly at food banks, who have quite high levels of energy debt. Yeah, people in difficult situations. So just trying to give them ideas or support or answer their questions on how they may be able to reduce their energy use cheaply or for free. I think that's really it.
It's me. Hello. I've always wanted to stand here. Actually, I knew I'd get here one day. So the Zero Chippenham Community Solar Scheme, and I'll just put my glasses on for this. So it's founded in 2019 with the aim of getting solar panels on rooftops in Chippenham and the surrounding villages. And the way to do this was through, one, finding vetted installers who would do a good quality of installation, had the necessary certification. And then the other aspect was to try and get a group community buying power by teaming up with other groups, so Sustainable Calm, RWB Environmental, for example. It's been very successful. I think, we've had probably 60 installations now in the Chippenham and surrounding villages. The entry point to the scheme is either through our Zero Chippenham website, or we've got various flyers which we put in the library and community hubs and things. You can scan a QR code. We've worked with Beezer Electrical in Corsham for the last 2.5 years, so we don't actually do the installation work ourselves. The contract is with the installation partner. We've had very positive talks with Good Energy in the last month as well, and we're hoping that we can take them on as a second installer. So this year as well, we tried to shift the emphasis on the campaign slightly. So we very much emphasised that we're a volunteer group, so we'll give you some free advice and you can come and see a solar installation if you want. And also we've done a Facebook ad campaign, so where we've emphasised the fact it's a trusted local installer who takes on local apprentices. And what we found is if we pay £14 for 7 days advertising and just target Chippenham and the surrounding areas, that brings us in about 7 completed forms. And if we can get one of those completed forms to actually become an installation every 2 months, we get a £50 referral fee, and that can be used to then fund further advertising and more flyers. So hopefully it can be self-sustaining in that way, and we don't need to apply for grants for the scheme. And that's it. Thank you.
Right, so this one, the Centre for Sustainable Energy have asked me to share with you that they have funding available now for home retrofit. So in this scheme, there are 3 eligibility routes, and the measures that they install include insulation, air source heat pumps, and solar PV. And if you see at the bottom right, you'll see that the slide also includes the contact number for Warm and Safe. So this is a service provided by Wiltshire Council in partnership with the Centre for Sustainable Energy. It's to help residents live safer and healthier in their homes. So they They give energy saving advice by telephone or in person. They give help and advice relating to insulation, heating, draft proofing measures, any issues with damp and condensation, advice on managing fuel bills, help with fuel switching and fuel tariffs. They also help with fuel debt advice and further advice in that area. So they're a good contact to have, and their contact details are at the bottom. Next slide. So this is Wiltshire Trading Standards.
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Tom Hutchinson. I work in the Trading Standards team at Wiltshire Council. Basically, our remit is to investigate criminal breaches of consumer protection legislation. There's about almost 300 different pieces of legislation we enforce, from weights and measures to product safety, and possibly most relevant for today is around fair trading. We do an awful lot of work, both disrupting and, where possible, prosecuting rogue traders and doorstep crime, which is basically where consumers are taken advantage of or ripped off in their own home, whether that's we see a lot of complaints around spray foam loft insulation currently. At the moment it's removal, previously it was being put in. But I strongly suspect the types of complaints we get around eco measures is only likely to increase as the years go on. While I've got this moment, the only other thing I really wanted to mention was our Buy with Confidence Trader Approval Scheme. We've got just over 50 members in Wiltshire at the moment. It is a national scheme, and there's many hundreds more members nationwide. But if you do know of any local businesses you think would benefit from the Trading Standards seal of approval, if you could let us know and possibly encourage them to apply to the Buy with Confidence scheme, buywithconfidence.gov.uk, I'd be very grateful. And I think top left corner of the slide there, you'll see contact details for the Citizens Advice Consumer Service. So if anyone does want to report a matter to Trading Standards or to obtain advice, call that number or visit the site online, and they'll be able to give you necessary advice and make any referrals onto us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Right, last one from me in this section. So Solar Together is a group buying scheme for solar PV, battery storage and EV charging, and it runs in Wiltshire once a year. And it's the bargaining power created by coming together as a group, which allows for a more competitive price than individual homeowners that they might get if they entered into the market on their own. So typically producing savings between 10 and 25% against the average market price. So installations are fully managed, they're high quality, and we have really high satisfaction rates. And the registration window is open now until the 8th of August. So it's free to register and there's no obligation. And we've had more than 2,400 Wiltshire residents and businesses have already taken part. So registration is by the link displayed. So please ensure your local communities are aware of this being open at the moment. Thank you. Amy, next.
So I'm Amy from Climate Friendly Bradford-on-Avon. I'm the Energy Chair and also the Lead Advisor. So Lead stands for Local Energy Advice Demonstrator. We've got funding from Future Proof, which is part of CSE. And so we got grants and training for 2 of us to become lead advisors. And the training gave us an overview of domestic retrofit. And we've been trying to apply this by offering energy saving and retrofit advice in our area. So last November, we ran a series of energy advice events alongside Green Open Homes. And it also coincided with a webinar that Bath and West Community Energy were running on energy efficiency in listed buildings. So we promoted that as part of our series of events. We held an advice session in our local library with our CSE mentor and Jess from Wiltshire Wildlife Community Energy. We ran 2 thermal imaging sessions in 2 different homes to encourage people to borrow the Climate Friendly Bradford-on-Avon thermal imaging camera or one from Wiltshire Libraries. And to round off the month, we had a drop-in session at a local cafe, so people who had been inspired by the events could come along and talk about what to do next in terms of upgrading their homes. We felt the events were worthwhile, but despite the cold time of year and us thinking people would be keen to find out what they can do. We didn't have many people coming along to the drop-in sessions, but the thermal imaging sessions were fully booked, and we found discussions around that led to further talk about heat pumps and their specific homes, so that was really useful. So our action plan for this year has been more about engagement. We realised that we were trying to probably deliver more than we didn't have the audience for. So we have got a grant from Wiltshire Wildlife Community Energy to buy a new user-friendly thermal imaging camera. And when we approach autumn, we're going to be launching a new sort of loan scheme for that. And we've also got another scheme that we're trying, which is to target properties who are eligible for the Great British Insulation Scheme. So we've been plotting using EPC data and council tax bands to find out which properties could make most of the scheme, and then we'll be dropping postcards through the door and trying to get them to engage with us so we can help them get things implemented in their homes. We're creating home energy champions, so we're using some of our lead grants to subsidise retrofit assessments to households who are willing to become home energy champions, meaning they'll share their experience of upgrading their homes on social media, invite their neighbours round, or potentially becoming green open homes in the future. We've got heat pump champions working with Bath and West Community Energy to offer a subsidised assessments, which they are running, but unfortunately in our area we can't use the Retrofit West vouchers for, so instead we're using our grant money to subsidise those. We're also planning a home energy hub on WhatsApp group for people who are already doing works or people who need help to share their advice, because we know we can't deliver it all ourselves, so we want to hear from people who are already doing it. Also promoting our website, making sure it's a sort of a signposting service. We're not planning to deliver everything, but we know about all the other organisations who are out there to help. And then we're also reaching out to local community groups to get on their mailing list, maybe go to their meetings. So we're reaching beyond our typical climate-friendly audience. And then finally, we're planning a retrofit renovation leaflet to work with estate agents to capture people who are just in the process of moving home, thinking about what they're going to do when they move, and making sure energy efficiency is part of any upgrades that they do. To sum up, this year is all about trying to reach more people, and we're working on getting these actions implemented as we approach the colder months. But ongoing throughout the year, we are holding monthly events at our local cafe on the last Saturday of each month. It's a drop-in session. So at the moment, we're talking more about overheating as an issue, and we go towards the colder months, it'll be more about how to keep warm. So anyone's allowed to come along, drop in and have a chat, and we'll try and help. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that's lots of information for you about lots of different things that are going on. So up next has been Beanland, who's an expert in all things air source heat pump, who will be presenting on home heating and cooling.
So you can come and learn a lot more about heat pumps at that point. I just wanted to give you a quick scoot around where we're sitting at the moment with UK government policy, current market conditions, and where this might be taking us. So current market conditions, largely fed by subsidy money, grants and subsidy money. The domestic sector, this is able to pay sector, actually NCS data is able to pay and social housing. Installations of air source heat pumps predominantly are up by 42% per year for the last 3 years on average. So that's a reasonable climb. This was principally driven by the increase in the boiler upgrade scheme to £7,500 per household. And funding for that scheme, I'm pleased to say, has been increased under the latest spending review. New build developers are also beginning to move, so we don't yet have the Future Home Standard, which is what will drive the decarbonisation of new build. We are still allowing people to build problems. The tragedy is that the cost of doing it when you're building the house is about 1/10 of the cost of the retrofit. So people buying homes that don't have all these technologies in them will be looking at, on average, about £60,000 worth of upgrades in total over the lifetime between now and 2050. As I say, we've got some pretty good support at the moment. We've also got zero-rated VAT, and that is currently due to run until April 2028. We're looking to try and get that extended, of course, as you would expect. And we've also just recently had some revisions to permitted development rights, which in theory are going to make it easier to deploy multiple technologies, actually, but principally in my world, air source heat pumps. But also critically, for the first time, that now includes air-to-air. So what most people refer to as air conditioning, that has up to now been excluded from permitted development rights. That is now explicitly included. Next slide, please. Thought it was worth talking about what the Committee on Climate Change are having to say. Now, they've just released the 7th carbon budget, which, as you can see, covers the period 2038 to 42. So it's quite a long way out in the future. But there were some key messages that came out of this report. The first was that, that they're saying, obviously, the lowest carbon heat must be the lowest cost heat. Well, that's a sort of tagline that we've been using now for about 3 years. What's really important that comes out of this is that the cost of achieving net zero is currently going down, okay, because the technologies are becoming cheaper. So in terms of total cost to the UK economy, that cost is actually coming down. We talk about cost of doing it. Of course, that doesn't then take into account the benefit. There's a net benefit to this, to the economy. But this is the hard cost point. But the key is that the investment needs to start now. So they're saying it's getting cheaper all the time, but we've got to start now. And this is coming at a time when we're seeing quite a lot of racking back at the moment, a lot of corporate racking back. We've had, obviously, change of government in the States that's emboldened the fossil fuel sector. You're aware of the term green washing, where people are sort of covering themselves in the cloak of greenness and not really doing it. We're now got the opposite of that. We've now got green hushing, where big corporates in America are carrying on doing this stuff. They're just stopping talking about it because it will just get them into trouble with central government. So green hushing is the new word for the dictionaries for this year, I think. And it's important for us to point out that in the UK, the green economy as a whole has been growing pretty substantially for the last 2 full financial years. So 9% in 2023, 10% in 2024. And this is a time when the overall economy is basically flat. You would have thought that any Chancellor Exchequer who was looking for growth would say, I'll have 2 helpings of that, please, and a helping to go. And it's pretty clear that pursuing a low carbon economy, and that includes energy efficiency, of course, is driving already energy security. It's reducing our reliance on imported fossil fuels. The UK is a net importer of fossil fuels and builds growth. And the key here is that we have deindustrialized the UK during the whole of my lifetime. You can export making cars, you can export making tumble dryers and what have you. The one thing we cannot export is the work we do to our buildings. And so all this labour is being done here by people who are paying tax here in the UK. So it is massively beneficial. And of course, in growth terms, these are Treasury watchwords. Next one, please. So in the spending review, we've just had the spending review announcement. If you're working in health and defence, you'll be feeling pretty good. And what I think the important thing to register here is that this is going to be the pattern of the future. Health, social care and defence are going to take the lion's share of the money, which means we've got to be a bit more self-reliant, potentially, in our world. But for my industry particularly, and I think for the energy efficiency industries, there were some really good positives at domestic building level. We've got a programme for improving military housing, which of course is important in this part of the world. We've got the new Affordable Homes Programme, and we're getting the Warm Homes Plan. Says September here. Actually, I would update that now and put October, because I think it's probably not going to come till October. Those are all packages of money around effectively what we're talking about today, retrofit, although perhaps we should call it ideal home improvement. Retrofit sounds a bit dry, but everybody understands what home improvements are, and we've had the Ideal Homes exhibition for decades. If we wrap those things up in the terms of the Future Home Standard, i.e. it comes with all the levels of improvements that will be wrapped up in that, then the prognosis for the domestic sector actually is looking pretty good. This level of support is good. Warm Homes Plan did get its full 13.2 billion over the lifetime of the government. So, you know, it's substantial. On the other side, we have seen the Low Carbon Skills Fund, which is what develops decarbonisation plans for public sector buildings, and the public sector decarbonisation scheme itself both dropped. So, you know, from a commercial perspective, the spending review was pretty bad news. So my members who are involved in big kit, big commercial heat pumps, big industrial heat pumps, anyone who here yesterday would have seen Clade here, it's not looking so good. Next one, please. So look, I've got 6 quick takeaways here for you. If you remember nothing else, these would be good. So there is an electrification solution for all homes in the UK, including period and listed buildings. I could give you any number of listed buildings that are now fully decarbonised with heat pump technologies. I mean, Bath Abbey, one of the leakiest buildings in the land, nearly 1,000 years old, that's now heated with 2,000-year-old wastewater using heat pumps. Homes that aren't suitable for an individual air source solution, I mean, obviously my sector, we cover all types of heat pump. There are alternative electrical solutions. You know, it could be ground source, it could be heat networks, it could be electric boilers in some instances. The new generation of R290, these are propane heat pumps, that's the working fluid. They are higher temperature heating devices than a condensing gas boiler. So this idea that, you know, you can't heat buildings with heat pumps is nonsense. If you can heat it with a boiler, you can heat it with a heat pump. Smart is the one where we haven't yet mentioned. Smart metering is the essential entry point for all of this. Okay, if you're going to get into flexible tariffs, who's charging an electric vehicle? Anybody charging an electric vehicle here? You're using time of use tariffs? You're already smart. You're on your way to being smart. Smart meters is a really significant entry point. Uptake of smart metering has been far too slow, and we need to get the last 30% I think, across the line. I would argue now that innovation in funding is more important than innovation in technologies. You know, we've largely got the technologies, it's the funding that we need, and that is coming, I'm pleased to say. And I would emphasize the value of storage. When we talk about energy storage, a lot of people think about batteries, and indeed we do think about batteries, and actually I'm thinking that a really good entry point for people is a smart meter and a battery. But also in my world, we think about thermal storage, which is just as valuable. We've got 14 million homes in the UK without a hot water cylinder because they have combi boilers. If we could put thermal storage back into all those homes, that would make a massive difference to our resilience scenario. Next one, please. And this is my final indulgence while I've got any audience at the moment. So look, I think we've got the technology, or it's being developed, and I think we'll find the money. But who's going to do the work? The thing that's going to stop us getting to net zero will be workforce. There's a review of the national curriculum going on at the moment. There are no employers on the review panel at all. No industrialists, no employers. Okay? A career on the tools has got to be valued. We've spent all my lifetime talking down the value of people who work with their hands. That actually has to stop. We're going to need something north of 250,000 additional on the tools practitioners by the mid-30s, doing all this stuff, whether it's transmission, generation, distribution, insulation, EV chargers, solar, you know, huge number of technicians. You know, they'll need a dose of engineers, but largely it's about technicians. We're supporting an outfit called Generation C, who are doing what we can to get into primary schools and get this messaging. We need to get to parents and tell them that the route to success is no longer necessarily through a degree. You know, qualified commissioning engineers in my world, 10 years experience, no student debt, 70 grand a year. You know, that needs to be a message that parents hear, frankly. And in the meantime, we've got nearly 1 million children who are currently doing nothing. We are fundamentally failing our young people, and that has to change. So my call to arms is please write to your MPs, tell them to engage with the Department for Education and let's have a crack at fixing the curriculum and get it right this time. We've got to get to a point where we teach students how to be good employees, and we teach them the value of on the tools careers. And we need to talk to girls, because frankly, all the girls I know that are plumbers and electricians is just fantastic. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next up, Kate Sylvester, who's a community home energy advisor.
Okay, thank you. I'm Kate and I'm in Pusey, and I retrofitted my home, which apparently makes me an expert. So I got trained as a home energy advisor with the Centre for Sustainable Energy, and Wiltshire Council very kindly gave me a grant for a thermal imaging camera. So I've just put together some of my findings of doing 35 home surveys last year during, really it was November through to about end of February, because it got too warm after that. I got my indemnity under the Pusey Area Community Partnership in case I had an accident or broke somebody's best flower pot in the dark. I advertised out on the email list that I have following doing the community survey that we did 2023, and I put it in the parish magazine. I did two surveys a week. It was about half an hour survey, but then it was about 2 hours to transfer, label up all the photographs into Dropbox and write up results, which I sent to the homeowners. And I've done 35 so far, and the service is completely free. So I'm waiting to see what happens this winter. I don't know if I've done everybody yet, but I've certainly done everybody on my previous list. That's what the camera I've got looks like. It's pretty Kate-proof. So, you know, I eventually managed to press the right buttons and get it to work. So this is an example. This is one of the first ones I did early in the morning. This is a little thatched cottage up in Knowle in Pusey. Very simple Victorian building. And you can see the degraded thatch there by the chimney. Interestingly, they've installed a heat pump which is working merrily. You can see the hot pipe there leading in, but you can see that the whole building is leaking. And actually to the bottom left where the equals sign, you can see a very hot patch next to the window, and that's actually a radiator on the other side of the wall showing through to the outside. So that is kind of like the housing stock we've got to deal with. And their conservatory, which is completely unusable at minus 3.8 degrees centigrade. So very sort of typical Pusey home. The next slide is one of my neighbours, so 1965 bungalow. And there are lots of these in Pusey. I can't remember, I've done about a dozen, I think. And what you can see is the back of the lady's car in her carport, and a hot line running all the way along the garage floor, which is actually the hot pipes distributing the hot water to the radiators, which were put into the wall cavity. So all the heat is just heating up Pusey and Australia, but it's not going into her house. And that was a really common problem that I found. So solving that is basically going to be quite tricky. So that's just another example. Next slide, please. This is a nice Victorian house with a hipped roof, so 2 gables and a hipped roof. And this is the ceiling between the hips. And you can see there's absolutely no insulation there. You can see the joists running across. And this house is so drafty, they haven't got any mould. But again, where do they start with a building like that? But at least now they know exactly where the problem is in their house. They've got to think about how they deal with that. Next one, please. This is a very interesting story. This lady called me and she had stuffed up every single possible ventilation hole in her house. So she was very conscious of her energy. Nice and toasty, 21 degrees house. But she kept on saying, I've been up the plumber, there's something wrong with this wall. And I walked upstairs into this bedroom, and I've got very sensitive to mould, and I was hit by the kind of spores. And as you can see at the top of that window where the shutters are reflecting back the infrared energy, there's a green square, and that is a cold patch of water that is leaking from the gutter and has soaked the whole of that wall. And I'm glad to say that she's managed to get a builder in to fix it. So I'm picking up all sorts of things. This was an elderly couple where the roof was missing from their bathroom. They had the ceiling, but above it was just absolutely no roof. So it really is very powerful, this tool, in showing where the problems are. Next slide, please. This is just an example of a new modern house, 1980s, very high-end property in Pusey. But you can see in this double glazed door that it's just pouring draft around the outside of a very expensive door frame. So the dark blue all the way around the frame of the cold air just getting into the house. Next slide, please. And again, this is a common problem with buildings where you get two walls, and where the two walls meet, the cavities blocked off from each other, and you just get the heat leaking out between the two walls coming in. A difficult problem to deal with. And this made me really angry when I saw it. This is a new boiler, gas boiler installed in the garage with absolutely no insulation around it at all. And it was just roaring hot, lovely, toasty garage, but the house was absolutely freezing. So lots of problems. This is a sad story. This is a gentleman who applied to have an air source heat pump, couldn't get hold of one. Somebody offered him an electric boiler in a 4-bedroom house. This is his bedroom, and you can see that the radiators are roaringly hot, but because there's no ventilation or circulation system, half his bedroom is freezing cold and the other half is roaringly hot. And he's basically just turned his heating system off now and lives by his wood stove in the sitting room. Really sad story. So lots going on. So what's been the impact? The thermal imaging camera makes the problem visible. So, you know, where do I start? Well, here, chink. And the photographs then provide the homeowners with evidence for the tradesmen to get on with the jobs. I've had very positive feedback when I've met people in the street afterwards. It's been lovely conversations about energy saving, insulation, and more importantly, the controlled ventilation. So one lady put a chimney sheet, which is a sheepskin that you push up a chimney to stop ventilation. There we are. Unfortunately, it blocked off the only ventilation she had. So she had to take it out again. So most of my conversations are about poor ventilation and how to deal with that. It gives me a chance to talk about air source heat pumps. And Jeremy is a great proponent, and I'm getting that way as well, about air-to-air heat pumps. So in smaller cottages, you could probably have one air-to-air pump upstairs and one downstairs. And you've got nice, instant, controllable heat. So my big message that I've gone away with, it's not insulation that's the problem at the moment in these homes, it's the poor ventilation. The poor insulation is due to poor building design, poor quality windows, 1980s, they're starting to blow their frames, need replacing. And please, can we stop putting oil-file boilers in? So I'm with you on that one, Jackie. So that's all I've got to say. Thank you very much.
I think the key here from this is, and we talk about this a lot ourselves, giving homeowners information. If you've got really good information, your chances of making the right decisions go up enormously. As soon as you start guessing at some things, the chances of making the right decision start to collapse very quickly. And the one thing that most people are guilty of is believing that their homes are better than they really are. Yeah, we all love our own homes and we all think that they're actually rather better than they are. So getting information from people like Kate, absolutely vital.
One thing I was going to say is I've also used a heat camera in the summer, last summer, because Pusey's empty now. Nobody can actually walk outside. There's so much tarmac. We're actually at a moderate to severe heat stress. So the community isolation has actually become a real problem because there is nowhere to meet in the centre of the village. It's all hot tarmac. And some of the temperatures I were recording were 49, 50 degrees centigrade, and you can't survive in that. Real problem. But this is just outside, just on the tarmac on a day like this. You just fry, literally. So it's become a real issue about summer heat as well. And again, the thermal imaging camera provided the evidence for that. I'll shut up. Thank you. Yes, yes, that's a huge advantage. Yeah.
Most people's starting point is that they get them for the cooling and then realise that they can use them for heating. And so we see people who are squeezing their formal heating season. So they're bringing the central heating on a bit later because they're using the heat pump to do a bit of heating as well, the air-to-air heat pump. And they're turning the gas off a bit earlier in the spring, or the central heating off a bit earlier in the spring, because again, they realise that for the rooms that they're using, they can use the air-to-air. So it's a frequent entry point. The problem is that at the moment, air-to-air does not enjoy grant support from the government. Yet. Much as I love Jeremy. I mean, he's right. Air-to-air is a very mature technology, and therefore it's very affordable. An air-to-water heat pump is not £12,000. The energy transition to put one in might be, but that's not the cost of the device. The cost of the device is about a third of that. So, naughty trap you fell into.
Can I, the risk I'm falling into another trap. The other great advantage of the air-to-air pumps, and they're much smaller, is that the electricians are fitting them all the time into shops and hotels. So the skills are there to do them. So they're very used to the technology and they can fit them very easily.
Just a quick comment to say that in Southern Europe, particularly in Greece, it's a standard.
I completely agree with that. I think that's a really good lesson, is that you can go technology at a time. Absolutely. Thank you for that.
William?
You mentioned ventilation as a challenge and as a problem. What are the solutions?
Okay, so there's passive ventilation, just like, unfortunately, leaving your chimney, taking all the smoke up. So I think when I talk to people, the thing they're worried about is in their bathrooms with those old-fashioned fans that used to turn on and you kind of like a jet engine going on, you know, absolutely awful. They are much better designed now so that they're much quieter. You can go up from that to actually having one that exchanges the heat in the wall from a single room, a bit more expensive. Again, I think the technology is getting better. I've seen them demonstrate at the National Self-Build. And then finally, if you're retrofitting a whole house, which is what I did, you can put in a mechanical ventilation and heat recovery system into the whole house. So the whole house is being ventilated by a 100-watt system in the roof. And you get fresh air coming in, which takes the warmth from the hot air going out, and you ventilate the whole house like that. So yes, I think ventilation is the biggest problem I'm meeting, and how do people allow that? The other quick trick is just to buy a dehumidifier for 60 quid off Amazon and put it on, you know, when you've got your washing hanging up, and certainly that makes a big difference to people in older houses. So yes, I think it's something we need to be thinking a bit more about.
A no cost or no capital cost solution is purge ventilation. Recommend people to open windows on opposite sides of the house for about 10 minutes a day, and that will clear out most of the moisture in the house.
But it is quite difficult to encourage people to do that when they're spending a fortune on their heating and they try to keep it absolutely warm. To actually then go and let it all go is, you know. But the mould problem really is a big problem. I agree.
At Draft Busters, West Berkshire, we leave people a piece of paper to keep them off our back if they get mould problems. But we explain to them that purge ventilation doesn't use a lot of heat because air doesn't actually carry much heat out. Most of the heat in the house is in the structure. So if you get the air out, the structure will heat the air up very quickly.
Right, we are running over very slightly, so we could skip to the Slido, and it's just 4 questions and a Slido, and we will still be slightly over. Oh, I'm so sorry, Matt. Apologies.
Oh yeah, I'll run through this quickly. So Caveman and Sheep, it's the Zero Chippenham journey to home retrofit, which actually started very much like we've heard. We had a short a grant from Chippenham Town Council to buy 2 thermal cameras, the sort that plug into your phone. Our lovely volunteer, Chris Warren, we looked for public locations where we could put these, and we couldn't find anybody actually. So Chris said, I'll keep them in my house. He put in a booking scheme and we ran them through a winter. And it was great. Lots of people booked them out, as we've heard. They're very popular entryway in. And also Chris's reticence at keeping them in his home. By the end of it, he said, I've met so many lovely people and people are so, you know, so interested. So we kept the scheme going. We got another 2 cameras and also a small retrofit guide, which we gave out with the cameras. And we introduced a section on our website about retrofit case studies, and chimney sheep was one of them. So I've got a chimney sheep in my chimney. They do allow some ventilation. They stop the stack effect, but they're a natural product. Obviously, ventilation goes hand in hand with insulation in the whole house approach. Chimney Sheep saw the case study and contacted us and said, would you like a 20% discount code, which we've got. It's ZC20 for anybody who wants to buy a Chimney Sheep, or you're welcome to use it on your own community groups. I'm sure they wouldn't mind. So we started adding case studies to our website and created a home energy section. Next slide, please. Thanks. So we got another small grant and we put on some workshops in the town hall, had wonderful experts, Centre for Sustainable Energy. It was a great event, but we attracted 18 people that I could probably know or name already, maybe 2 new ones. Luckily, we filmed it, which was fantastic, and we created a YouTube channel and put it up. And I'm sure many of you have done this. The engagement, it was good, but it wasn't that good. Now, with no offense to being here, I started going on forums. I am also a middle-aged man, and so you go on heat pump forums. Yeah. And middle-aged men seem to like videos of middle-aged men in front of heat pumps talking about heat pumps. And being a middle-aged man like me, and I had a newly installed heat pump, I did a little face-to-face video, and it got good engagement. It's got about 4,000 views, which was much better than our other ones did, relatively anyway. So if you could move on, next slide, please, sorry. Thanks. And I kind of feel this is the caveman approach. I feel it's like the modern approach to energy, that I am the master of heat in my home and I will understand this technology and I will pair it with solar and battery, therefore impressing the other caveman about how cheaply I can run this technology. And, that might seem slightly sexist, I apologize, but the audience stats on our YouTube channel are 100% male. Whereas if I look at our Facebook page, which I did last night, it's 73% female. So a completely different audience, and different things seem to work in those sections. I also noticed that in a lot of these heat pump videos, there's a guy like John Tracy who does some, if you look at their house, their gardens are an environmental wasteland. They're plastic grass and there's no nature whatsoever. So it's very much a technology thing that seems to appeal. As I mentioned, our community solar scheme, we started sharing videos that created engagement, and we've advertised our solar scheme. Next page, sorry, thank you. So the personal connection. So I used to have a chocolate business, and I used to do lots of Christmas markets where I'd have thousands of people going past, and you had to have quick catchphrases and gimmicks and leap out with a ukulele. And also, we did luxury store tastings where it was that personal connection. These are handmade by my wife. And so recently we did the Country Comes to Town Day, and we've tried to implement some of these things. So we had a little solar panel with a little helicopter that children could launch. And then, our lovely volunteer Peter would stand in front of the solar panel and show that if you blocked out the sun, they couldn't launch the helicopter. In the meantime, I would talk to the parents about our solar scheme, and I would go, this is actually Kerry's roof. And Kerry and Ruth are our lovely volunteers who were stood behind the counter. And then Kerry could then personally say, explain her experience of the solar scheme and how the engineers were and that kind of thing. And it gave a personal connection. And the same thing applies with our thermal camera flyer where I didn't do it intentionally, but a thermal camera flyer here, you know, I'd go, as Kate said, this is my son's bedroom and this is his radiator burning through the wall. And then you could have a roll of, you know, a little prop of foil to go behind the radiator. So that personal connection, I think, in engaging is very important. Green Open Homes works incredibly well. Jackie did a great job. And, you know, I personally, perhaps because of the heat pump thing, I had lots of visitors who wanted to hear the heat pump. One guy who had hearing difficulties wanted to know whether it would, you know, affect his hearing aid and things like that. So it's very, very, very good scheme. And next page, please. So the next steps in our journey. I don't know how many of you heard of, so the British Standards Institute have introduced a framework called the Publicly Available Specification 2035. And that's a kind of framework to give a whole house retrofit approach. So a lot of the government schemes in the past would just focus on loft insulation or wall insulation, and there were some knock-on effects of those. So now they're looking at a whole house retrofit approach. And they've, as part of that, the quality control, they've put in a number of roles: advisor, assessor, coordinator, installer. And I see, personally, I see Zero Chippenham's role, there's many here, as perhaps that advisor role, initial triage, because we're a volunteer group, you know. So we've contacted, I've done a Retrofit Academy course, which is an online course. Unfortunately, I missed out on the lead training last year. I wish I'd done it. It's really good training though. And then we've contacted the Cheese Project in Bristol, whose acronym, I can't remember what it stands for, even though I looked it up yesterday, but it's to do with home energy. It's thermal cameras and putting big fans on. So they've invited us to take part in their September training. And also the Centre for Sustainable Energy are going to introduce some new training soon, and they're looking for guinea pigs. So we've volunteered to take part in that, and any other groups I'm sure would be welcome when they roll that out. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Matt. I'm sorry to, so we actually have a wedding. So if you heard the whooping, that was the wedding. So we're going to just stay here and finish our Slido, if that's okay. And then we'll be going straight on to the next workshops, and that should hopefully mean that we don't clash with the wedding happening at the moment. So if you could use your phones to access the Slido, but if you're not have your phone with you, then we're happy to hear you. Just use the mics and join in.
Okay, so I'm Sarah Grimes from Bath and West Community Energy. Oh, there we go. Sarah Grimes from Bath and West Community Energy, and I've just been just doing the Slido for today, for just a different voice. Although we do home energy work as well. So the first one is, what are the benefits to retrofit for your community? So it's just to add in your answers there. So yeah, it's really asking about things that prevent people from improving the energy efficiency of their home. Yeah. You see a word? I'll come up with this. Oh, right, so I keep going through them then.
Yeah, so barriers to retrofit. What do you think? So we're looking to find out some information from yourselves to understand what communities that you're in touch with, what their thoughts are.
Mm. So we've got cost, knowledge, inconvenience. Again, knowledge, a bit of a theme here, knowledge and understanding. Any other responses? Vigorous typing going on. Depends what you mean by retrofit, yes. Finding the right trades to do the work. Yeah, lack of trustworthy installers. Planning law, older property, was that listed buildings you mean, particularly conservation areas? Yeah, conservation areas, sort of knowing what you can do. Yeah.
I long for a man in a van who'll empty attics, put the insulation in and then put everything back in. Because little old ladies have got full attics, so they can't.
There's a lot of contractors who are very negative about anything retrofit. It's quite difficult.
Yeah, so sort of lack of positive installers as well. Ones who think it can actually be done are like, well, we don't want to do that. That kind of a reaction. Yep. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I think that's quite a lot of it. So what motivates members of your community to make energy efficiency improvements to their home? So this is from talking to people out there who you know. You say, oh, would you make your home more energy efficient? And they say, I'd like to. This is why. So yeah, people might tackling climate change, comfort, savings. Yeah, cost and comfort. And I think we went through this a little bit earlier, didn't we, about property values and. But are these the things that when you're, yeah. Okay, the next one is, how do members of your community like to find out about improving the energy efficiency of their home? Word of mouth. They don't. Outreach and workshops. Yeah. Direct contact. Yeah. So what is it about direct contact you think that is important here for those people who have responded with word of mouth or direct contact or neighbours? Why do you, yeah.
We live in an information storm and people just cut off from, you know, if you send out flyers and things, most of them don't get looked at. Even by people who are moderately interested, they'll say, oh, stick it on one side, and 2 weeks later it goes in with the waste paper.
Yeah. And we've got scams as well, haven't we? Coming out, people getting called and cold called by, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's that. Yeah. So a lot about peer-to-peer. So that just speaks to the role of this community action. I just think, you know, we've actually got way more power than we think. Well, some of us, you know, are obviously acting on that, but to actually get people to do retrofit where very few others can. Yeah, thank you. Next one.
Next slide.
What support is needed to help members of your community to make efficiency improvements to their home? So I think this addresses some of the barriers that we had in the last session, doesn't it? So knowledge, examples, having the right finance. In Wiltshire, do they have a low interest loan lendology loan? Not yet, not yet. Working on it. Yeah, so and that government, I think, might hopefully address low interest loans, who knows? But yeah, funding, grants, having good role models like Jackie's Open Homes, case studies. Yeah. Independent, knowledgeable advice. That is what we've heard about a lot today, haven't we? Without not trying to sell you something, it's independent. Having an example next door. So it's talking about some of these champion schemes that Amy was talking about.
I personally would like to see it normalised. And although I do green open homes, when I started doing, I've been visiting a lot of homes for other reasons, for surveys, and found some amazingly well retrofitted homes in our neighbourhood. And, you know, these are parish councillors, doctors, people well known in the community, but they never talk about their homes.
Never talk about their homes.
A little bit of shame. Oh, I spent money on doing my house up, you know. It's if they would only talk about it.
Funny, isn't it?
Really normalise it.
Because people do like to show off their new kitchen, don't they? So, but they don't maybe like to show off their sort of fancy, you know, MVHR system. Great.
When we did market research for our solar flyers this year, we found that actually saying we were a volunteer network was incredibly important in differentiating our scheme from a commercial company. That volunteer came up all the time. So we put it front and centre on our new marketing.
So important. We always lead with we're not for profit. Community energy, organised cooperative. Yeah. Nesta visitor heat pump. I don't know, has anyone here heard about the Nesta visitor heat pump scheme? Some people, so you can basically, I don't know how many homes are on there in Wiltshire. There's a couple in Bath and North East Somerset, I'm more familiar, a few, but...
Not as many as we'd like. We tried to get all our green open homes onto it as well. And there are a few. But I think they were going to close the scheme fairly soon.
Oh, that's a shame.
So, or uprate it to something else, won't
Thank
they?
you so much for the amazing responses. So we'll collate those, and I think they'll be really useful. So we're actually out of time now. So it's actually we've your next workshops are starting imminently. So it's time. I think we've got some new people coming in for this workshop, and yeah, thank you so much, everybody. as many as I can. Thank you ever so much.
We will be starting the next session shortly, just waiting for everybody to arrive. If anybody wants to pop outside and get some fresh air and walk round between the doors and come back in.
I've lost my slides for this. We've got Jeremy. Yeah. Yeah. On the front piece of paper. It's not, I don't know. My brain. Yeah. Yes, we've briefly met. I'm just going to quickly go through the five. So this is a bit more free form. We've just kind of
This is quite exciting being up here for the grown-ups.
It actually works really well. We found last time they tried to turn the slider, and it just, until then, everyone was talking.
Yeah.
Because you can hear, because they thought,
oh, okay.
So I think we're trying to encourage people to talk. And we did manage to get my phone. Oh, come on up.
You're in the middle.
Okay, I did. Yeah.
It feels like, I'm getting hubris kind of feelings of, I'm at the UN, let's pass a resolution.
I know.
Come on, let's go.
Great feeling of having a mic, and everybody here is just so lovely. This is going to... Sorry, I left my bottle.
It feels like we're at the UN.
I know.
Good afternoon, everybody. Apologies again for the heat. I don't know why I'm apologising, it's not my fault, but it is very hot, isn't it? So bear with. If you do need to sneak out to get some fresh air, please do. I've moved to the central position. I'm very excited by I was excited by the gavel this morning. I'm even more excited to be closer to it. So thank you for coming to this session on, what have we called it? Sharing climate information and boosting engagement. So we've got an amazing panel who are going to share some of their ideas and some of the things that they're doing. So really looking forward to hearing from them. And I think it's been, I've been in a couple of the sessions. We'll sort of hear from each of the speakers, and then hopefully we'll have time for sort of Q&A and to hear your thoughts and your ideas and your questions and all of those sorts of things at the end. So my wonderful tech team, the wonderful tech team, if you can, and just scoot on to the next one. Brilliant. I'm going to talk for just 5 minutes, if we can just go on to the next slide, about some of the different tools and things that I use when sort of around climate education and things. And if you have experience of any of these projects, please do stick your hands up, and you know, really keen to hear from other people how they've been using these things and how well or otherwise it may or may not have worked. So one of the bits of climate education is a difficult one. Like, I don't think that we need to be dragging people, members of the public, along to kind of like, you know, big climate education, like long, you know, day-long sessions and things like that. I think where they can be really helpful is in workplaces or schools, or, you know, where there are people who are already interested and feel like they could do with some more support and could do with some more understanding around this. You know, we know that most people kind of have a vague understanding that there is a climate crisis, and to the points this morning about community engagement, I think if we can, you know, rather than browbeating them with facts and stats and all of those sorts of things, if we can, the science tells us stats and facts don't really engage people, and what engages people is storytelling. So if we can tell the stories of what's happening in our communities, if we can tell the stories of what other people have done and all of the lovely co-benefits they've got from it, that I think is a more powerful way of kind of broadening out engagement. But if you have got people, you know, who are looking for some support, looking for some CPD and things, then lots of these engagement tools can be really, really helpful. So Carbon Literacy Project is a charity that started about sort of 10 or 12 years ago, started in Manchester. The Carbon Literacy, so they don't deliver any training themselves, but they accredit all the different courses and they accredit all of the learners. So there's 130,000 odd people now who have done a carbon literacy sort of certification, done a carbon literacy course. It's an 8 hours worth of training. So as I said, like, your general member of the public on the street isn't going to be like, oh, that sounds awesome, that sounds really fun, sign me up for that. But where it works really well is within workplaces, like the NHS are delivering it, Wiltshire Council have been delivering it internally. I deliver it to veterinary practices, we're delivering it in schools. Like, it can work really well there if you've got, you know, people who've been kind of co-opted into sustainability roles that don't really feel hugely qualified. It can work really well to support them with confidence. The very first, so I found out about carbon literacy during the first lockdown. I did a carbon literacy project, I did a carbon literacy course. Thought, that sounds amazing. I think my sustainable-ish community might really like that. And obviously it then took me 2 years to actually get a course together and kind of get it certified and things. So the first course I developed was for...
Excuse me, sorry, could you slow down a tiny
Sorry.
bit, please? Sorry. Even with my hearing aids in, I'm having a bit of difficulty. Sorry.
The first course I developed was for ordinary people. So this, as I said, I don't think that we're going to kind of like advertise it and get random members of the public coming, but I had a really engaged community already online and sort of advertised it to them and had lots of people come along and do the course. The 8 hours thing is very daunting and off-putting for people. So you can do 8 hours in person. I delivered it in person, didn't we, for Wiltshire Climate Alliance. But when I primarily deliver online, and it can be 2 4-hour sessions or 4 2-hour sessions, and that makes it more kind of doable for people. They can do it in evenings and those sorts of things. And what it does is it kind of walks people through the climate science, talks a little bit about climate justice. I try and make it as kind of interactive as possible. So if there's time at the end, I've got some of the games we can put out on the table there for people to have a go at, or I'll have them downstairs in the atrium. And the really powerful thing I think about it is that, like, it takes people through this emotional roller coaster. I always say it's a bit like, if anybody of you watched David Attenborough's Climate Change, The Facts documentary when it came out, I think it might have been in like 2019 or something, like amazing. It was on BBC One, it was like on primetime TV at like 9 o'clock, really powerful documentary, built everyone up into this state of anxiety and then kind of cut to adverts and go off and have a cup of tea. And everyone's like, what do I now do? I know that it's really bad now. What do I do? So carbon literacy training, you know, at the end of taking people on this kind of emotional roller coaster, there's then, in order to get their certification, they have to fill out a form where they have an individual pledge of something they're going to do to reduce carbon and a group pledge. So if it's been delivered in a workplace, So I did some training with like Bloomsbury, the publishing company. If it's delivered in a workplace, we want that individual action to be something they can do within their role, in their workplace to reduce carbon. And if they want, and then the group action again, they kind of want it to be within their workplace. They fill out the form, they send it off and they get a certificate. And it is really interesting, I think, to see the power of, and it's not even a piece of paper because it's a digital certificate, the power of a certificate to give people confidence to then be able to say to line managers, colleagues, like, I do know, you know, I've done this course, I do know what I'm talking about. So I think the certification process is really, really important as well. So that's one way, and some workplaces are delivering it in really interesting ways. So Auto Trader, they are, I think they were the first FTSE 100 company to start delivering carbon literacy training. They have made it part, this may be apocryphal, it may be wrong, but my understanding is they have made it part of their onboarding process for new members of staff. So as well as doing your health and safety and your DEI training and all of those sorts of things, all of their new members of staff have to do 8 hours of carbon literacy training. And I think, like, what a powerful way of saying, like, welcome to our organisation. This is one of our core values. This is why we're doing some of the things that we're going to ask you to do. This is how you can get involved. This is how you can get on board. And that is one way that we start to eke our way out of the eco-echo chamber, because the whole time it's kind of come along if you want to, you're only going to get really keen people who want to come and spend 8 hours doing it. Once it is, you know, embedded as part of your induction processes for your job, you know, it's a different thing. The other one that's up on the board there is Climate Fresk. So Climate Fresk is a 3-hour workshop. It can be delivered online or in person. I think it does work much better in person. I've got the cards downstairs if anyone wants to have a look, but it's kind of, it started off in France, and you'll basically have different sets of cards, and you're starting off with human activities, and then it goes all the way through these different sets of cards, and you have to sort of put them in order and draw lines between them and show links and things. And it's a very interactive way of walking people through the climate science. And then it gets to the end and it's basically like, we're all going to die, like, you know, famine and war and all of these sorts of things. So that's the first hour and a half. And then your job then as a facilitator is to lift people up and go, okay, that's really bad, but these are some of the things that we can do. And again, you can deliver it in an organisation specific way, you know, talking about the context of the organisation or education or whatever it might be. But again, it's trying to get people really to think about, okay, what needs to happen? What's my role in that? What can I do around that? And as I said, it's the fact that it's kind of, you're not telling people quite so much, you're helping them to discover as they work their way through it. So that can be really powerful. There's as I say, it started in France, and lots of the big employers in France have kind of taken that on and have kind of cascaded it out within their organizations. So over 1 million people now globally have done Climate Fresk, which is great, but obviously, you know, more would be better. And then the ones underneath that have all been kind of offshoots of the Climate Fresk, and they all work in similar ways. So 3-hour workshops with these sort of different card decks. So the biodiversity collage focuses on biodiversity. The digital collage is really interesting, looks at the impacts of kind of tech and IT and things like that. So I've done both of those. I've done Climate Fresk, biodiversity collage and digital collage, but the two below I haven't done, adapting to climate change workshops and the circular economy collage. So they all work on a similar system, similar process, similar thing, and are just ways of introducing, I guess, that kind of learning method for other people. But I think anything that you can make interactive and help people discover for themselves can work much better than just telling them. I think I've got one more slide. Which is Take the Jump. I don't know if anyone's come across Take the Jump before. I showed that picture of the sort of joyous Take the Jump session at the festival this morning. Take the Jump, I can't remember when it started. I interviewed Tom, who founded it, on my podcast when it was running. They did some research and they found that, Jackie might be able to correct me, I think when we look at the changes that need to happen in terms of emissions reductions, individual action can actually account for, I think it's around 27% of the emissions reductions that are needed. So it's very easy to feel powerless as individuals, and my individual actions don't make a difference, and we absolutely need systemic change. But part of that, I think, is getting individual people making change, and when we get enough people making change and demanding change, that's when we start to see sort of systems shift. So they identify identified these 6 areas that you can see on the slide as being the kind of key, bigger impact areas that we can take action on. Change the system, eat green, travel fresh, dress retro, end clutter, and holiday local. And they've sort of broken each one of those down. And their approach is just really, like, I would say fun first. And I think they talk about lots of different C's, like community and connection and all of those sorts of things. And it doesn't, just the branding, I think, is amazing. It doesn't look like this kind of dull green, like worthy thing I've got to go and do. It looks like something you want to get involved in. And so they'll work with, you know, if there's a community group that wants to, air quotes, take the jump, there's resources that help you run swishes or clothes swaps or mending workshops, or, you know, and ways of doing that. And around, I'm just trying to think, what have you got any examples of any other ones? Travel Fresh, I think, whether they, but there's lots of sort of, it's just a slightly different approach, I think, that tries to break a little bit out of the sort of traditional, I don't know, branding and language and things that we might normally associate with lots of this. And it works really, really well. And Jackie, you've done their ambassador training, haven't you?
Yes, I have, and I would highly recommend it. If I'm going to have a stall anywhere, I always take my Take the Jump kit, because it's brightly coloured. It's really easy to start conversations, it's all about you learn how to have conversations about, oh, you know, I'll say, oh, I've learned how to mend, so I'm now wearing all my old cardigans that my mum left me. And, you know, and then how you think how that made you feel. And it's really, and you can have all those sort of conversations with people. And what I would say with the ambassador training, you then join a group of people who are doing it. And I think with all the different ways you can learn, it's like different, it suits different people. It's almost like carbon literacy is A-level and climate fresk is GCSE science, and Take the Jump is for anybody. You know, you can take it to whatever level you like, but it's really enjoyable. And it can be used as a combination. So, you know, with other types of training.
And I think they certainly had started doing some work with schools, and they've sort of, you know, the school takes the jump, and then one half term it's looking at dress retro, and then another half term it's looking at ends clutter, and another and I just think that's quite a nice kind of framework for schools to work with as well. So that's it from me, you'll be pleased to hear. I'm going to pass on to Jeremy from Great Green Bedouin.
Thanks very much indeed. So I'm really taking Jen's suggestion of telling the story about what we did in Great Green Bedouin. My wife Sylvia and I co-chair this very small climate action group at the far end of Wiltshire, as far as we can get. But I'm just going to be talking about our story, how we started with funding, and then had local engagement. Then we arranged a whole series of different events, various kinds, meetings and events. And then we were able to develop some resources as well to support these events, which have been used by others, and then wider engagement. And now probably we're going to be coming back for some more funding. So next slide, please. So our initial funding came from the Big Lottery Fund way back in 21, 4 years ago. And that was 8,000. That paid for one person half a day a week for a year, plus a website and an infrared camera. And then Sylvia and I were just volunteers, and we had some other local people to set up Great Green Bedouin and the website. We then got some further funding a couple of years ago from North Wessex Downs, and we've also applied twice for public sector decarbonisation funds for our local school, but failed twice, unfortunately. The big lottery funding required engagement with the public and have facilitated that as well. So we did a survey, and I've got more details on that later if you're interested. That helped us set up the local priorities. So we thought it was very important that we base what we were doing in the community, following what people wanted to do rather than what we thought they should do. Of course, there's a limit on that, but we can talk about it. We also work with the village hall, with the local school, HEAT, which is Hungerford Environmental Action Team, Action for the River Kennet, and Southern Streams Farmers. And that then led us into a whole range of different activities. And it looks like a bit of a word salad of activities. I'll go through them quickly, but there's actually a logic behind them, and that we have a logic model or theory of change, which I'll flash up in a moment. So local green open homes, we did a couple of those. We've done a lot of infrared camera surveys and reports, and developed a checklist to support those, which has now been used by others. We set up a rain garden project with Action for the River Kennet to reduce or slow the flow from storms in the village. And that's 26 sites in the village. That actually is the UK's first community-based rain garden project. We've arranged a lot of work activities thanks to the funding from the AONB, as it used to be called, farm walks, farmer talks, including one in the school, in which the local farmer brought a bucket full of soil and dumped it on a desk. And the kids, primary school kids obviously enjoyed that, finding the worms. We screened 6 inches of soil. We had about 55 or 60 people at that meeting, and that's one of the biggest meetings we've had, evening meetings during midweek. I've written a lot of articles to the parish news, over 20, 2 of which the parish news refused to publish. And I thought, oh, I'm obviously writing about some edgy things. One was about diet, the other one was about indoor air pollution. They carry a regular advert from a supplier of solid fuels. All of those articles, including the 2 that were refused, are on our website. We arranged an EV demo day, participated in another one. We just did a repair cafe, our first repair cafe in Great Bedwin in the church. A share swap sell event, which is about reducing waste and encouraging reuse. We put in, we started to do some feasibility work for a 1 megawatt solar farm in a hidden field up on the top of a hill, poor quality agricultural land. But we were suddenly brought up short because the connection to the grid was going to cost over £1.5 million. So yeah, that's some of the activities, successes and failures, let's say. And all of those have really led to wider engagement. Sorry, these were meant to come up bit by bit. So we've been asked by something called PCAP, Pewsey Community Area Partnership. I'm not sure if you have a community area partnership here, but it's linked closely with the county council. And they cover 26 parishes around us. So we're leading on the environment for that. And we've done a menu of possible activities for parishes too. And again, the idea being we shouldn't be telling people what they want to do. We should be helping them decide what they want to do. And various people have used our survey and repeated that. And then you can use that to prioritise. And I'll show you our survey results later. We did a carbon footprint workshop with them based on CSA's impact toolkit, which is fantastic. So it gives some specific local information, things about your profile in your parish. We've met with various other councils from Isle of Wight to Reigate, and Sylvia went off to give a talk to a parish council in Alderbury, which is down near Salisbury, I think. And we've been delighted to work with Wiltshire Climate Alliance and a little bit of work with Wiltshire Council now, who sent our survey out. So quickly on to some specifics. Next slide, please. So this is the survey results. We got 147 actually responses. Interesting, the vast majority of those were on paper. We went round the whole village, 600 homes. We wore gloves to avoid the problem with the letterbox. Posting these questionnaires, a very short questionnaire, it was a 3-sheet folded over. We got 120 something responses to the paper and only 30 responses to the electronic version. Says something about the demographics of Great Bedwin, maybe. Anyway, you can see, I won't go through them all, but community energy was most favoured, energy efficient houses, river pollution, and then we merged some of those to come up with our main themes. So we felt that was really important. Changing our diet, really important in terms of carbon footprint, but unfortunately nobody was very interested in that. Next slide, please. This is a graph based picked out of the impact report for Great Bedwin, and you can see that our carbon footprint per household, this is, per annum, is 15 and a half. And that's 3 times, if you hit next slide, I think a line comes across, yes. And it also breaks it down by what are the biggest components, yes. So the Paris target is about 5. So we're still 3 times higher than we need to be by 2050. Wiltshire as a whole slightly better. UK is only slightly better than Wiltshire. Of course, we're off the gas grid, so oil-fired heating is a problem. We've got a great mainline railway station, but still travel is a big thing. But housing is the biggest cause of emissions in Great Bedwin, and in fact, mainly in Great Bedouin. Wiltshire, it's other things. Goods and services. Travel is 23% higher than the UK. We've got to do something about that. We've got a rural location, poor public transport, just apart from the railway line. So interestingly, waste is that tiny little purple line at the top. In terms of carbon emissions, waste is just not important at all. So we decided just to leave that out. So that was actually some of the discussions that we had with the other parishes. And obviously each parish has a different profile. Two of the parishes in PCAP's territory have carbon footprints of 24 tonnes per annum per household. That's basically twice as big as the Wiltshire average. Big houses, I think, probably, old houses. Anyway, next slide, please. So I promised you that this wasn't just a complete word salad of actions and activities. There is some logic. There isn't time to go through all that, but our activities have various purposes, and those have intended impacts, and the outcomes that you can see on the right include nature recovery, which we mustn't also forget. And finally, some suggestions. Next slide. Some do's and don'ts. So the do's first, in green. Let the community set the priorities. It just feels important to us that the community should start the dialogue. Once you have an organisation and a critical mass of volunteers and so on, find partners with similar aims. Let's not duplicate. Make things easy, make things free if you can. That means a bit of funding perhaps. Find the right hooks to engage with people. We discovered that flooding had been a big issue in Great Bedouin before we arrived. So that was a good, not a good thing to discover, but it was a hook that we could start to engage with. Work with the young people, schools and pupils. Be independent if you can, so that you can be agile and adaptable. You're not bound by some other organisation. That of course, if you're working closely with other partners, that may be more difficult. Share the load if you can, and publish regular, interesting e-news, even if it can be censored by your parish news. Don't try to avoid things with low impact or that are going to take a long time. Volunteers need that instant feedback. They need to know that the time they're spending is time well spent. They want satisfaction, at least until you're established. If you're an established group, people will be flattered and delighted to come and join you. Don't follow silo thinking of fixed ideas. That goes with the flexibility thing, doesn't it? Obviously, don't duplicate effort. Kate's not here, I don't think, but she has a great phrase, R&D, rob and duplicate. Borrow ideas unashamedly. And don't be too ambitious, at least not to start with. Once you get going, once you've got the critical mass of resources, yes, let's be ambitious. Thanks very much.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Jeremy. I saw lots of people taking pictures of your word salads, so I think they're incredibly valuable. So thank you. And I love that kind of like evidence and science-based kind of approach to it. Absolutely wonderful. So next up, we've got Matthew Short from Zero Chippenham.
Thank you very much. For those of you who saw the last presentation, I'm not obsessed with a caveman, honestly. It's just that I had to put the slides together very quickly, and this was the easiest way of doing it. This is mostly about my personal approach to communication and a little bit about Zero Chippenham's approach. So I'm not a marketing or communication professional, but I did run with my wife a chocolate business for many years. We worked very closely with the Global South in Madagascar under the Raise Trade scheme. We did lots of shows, lots of tastings, and that kind of got me used to talking to people and talking to the public in a very fast-moving way, and also in different situations. And obviously through working with the Global South in Madagascar, I was acutely aware of climate change and the impacts it was having. We went there in 2016, saw the El Nino effect on ocean acidification and the bleaching of the coral reefs. And in fact, we closed our business a couple of years ago, at least in part because we could see the way climate change was affecting the Global South in cocoa. And if you know that, have that knowledge, it's time to do something different in business. We went along a great sustainability journey with our business. We're a very small business, and I wrote a book on it, which wasn't a great work of, literature, but it did kind of get me used to putting ideas down. And very much it follows on from Jane's kind of sustainable-ish, and it was imperfect sustainability. At that time in 2018, we were saying, do we use compostable packaging? Is it home compostable? Is it industrial compostable? What's the recycling chain? It was very difficult to work those things out. So you just had to take your best shot. I don't know if I'd be so forgiving with businesses now. I think sort of 8 years or so on, I think we know what to do now, certainly in businesses anyway. And we heard some great, examples of that yesterday. Next slide, please. So personal communication. So when we used to do tastings in Liberty of London, and you get sort of, rather than just looking like another person who was there representing a big company, I'd say, these are handmade by my wife. And I tried lots of different lines, and that was the one that got people. And to an extent, tried that recently. We did the Wiltshire Country Comes to Town Day, which was very successful in Chip and a really great community event. And on our recent flyers, I found that accidentally, by putting up pictures of actual people's houses, so with the rooftop solar scheme, this is Kerry's roof, and Kerry is one of our volunteers who has a lovely climate tree. And she could then, we do a bit of to and fro with each other, and she would explain how, from a very human point of view, her experience of getting solar put on a roof, and how the contractors were quite good and they didn't swear, and those kind of things, and she gave them cups of tea. And also with the thermal camera scheme, which many, if you saw the previous session, a very successful gateway into retrofit. And I would say, this is my son's house, and explain how the radiator was glowing through the wall and how you could use a, radiator foil. So we found a personal approach was very good. We haven't got it here today, but we've got a tree, which Ruth, who sat there, and Kerry have a very much love-hate relationship with. It's about 7 foot tall, made by Wiltshire Wood Recycling, and they work incredibly well. My top tip is to get one that flat packs. Which is why it isn't here today, because I think Kerry actually puts it in her front room at Christmas because it's such a big thing. But it's a little bit like an old-fashioned version of Slido, in that kids can cut out and adults can cut out leaves, and they can just answer a simple question: when you see a climate-friendly Chippenham, what do you see? And they'll put the answer on the leaves, and we collect them. And then it also gives a very good way to talk about those slightly drier things like retrofit and community solar, and it's been incredibly successful over the years. Next slide, please. So YouTube, yeah, so we ran home energy workshops in the town hall, and like a lot of you who've run workshops in town halls, you can get amazing experts along, and you just attract the same people from your own group, and maybe 2 people who wandered in by accident because there was free food, and it's very difficult to get that engagement. And we videoed them with professional film footage and put them up, and they're excellent videos, but I found unless we share them, they don't get a huge amount of engagement. Being a middle-aged man who had a newly installed heat pump, I realised that actually middle-aged men quite like watching videos of middle-aged men talking about heat pumps, strangely enough. So I made one of those videos, and it was quite successful. And a couple of months, or 4 months later, I made one about how much it costs compared with gas. And again, that got a couple of thousand views, pretty good for a local group. 100% male audience is astonishing. I couldn't believe it. Not even 1% female. That's the YouTube stats. But I did find, sorry, yeah, if you can move on, next slide, please, sorry, yeah. And I think this is, I've mentioned it before, like the caveman approach, where there's something about men liking technology and wanting to demonstrate they can put this technology in their home and pair it with solar and battery, and very different to our Facebook audience, which is 73% female. And actually the engagement that works there is very much more, Jen was describing in terms of things like too good to go food, or clothes sharing, or things that are much more tangible maybe. Then the technology doesn't go so well on Facebook. I find that in order to drive that, I have to go onto specialist forums and share videos there. But it's a way of getting engagement, and people want to know, what's the heat pump look like? Is it noisy? How much space did it take up? And that was where Green Open Homes that Jackie ran was incredibly successful. I hope, hopefully anybody who hasn't joined in with it were joined in with that. Sorry, next slide, thanks. Social media. So I engage relentlessly on social media all the time, and I do this mostly in a personal sense, I have to say, because Zero Chippenham is very much an apolitical organisation, and I try not to get them involved in, conversations. But I engage on social media not to particularly combat, let's say, the trolls or the people who go, net zero doesn't work, heat pumps don't work. It's more all the people who are watching who aren't commenting. Because back in 2018, when XR and all of those climate protests were around, I felt the Overton window shifted. And it feels like with, political situation in the States, that it's shifting back a bit now to anti-net zero. And like many here, I used to be a town councillor, and I know there's some councillors here. And councillors are incredibly influenced by people who come and talk, ask questions. It's very powerful. You don't realise how much councillors want to engage with their residents. And they also, I know councillors and officers watch social media. They watch all those notice boards, but they don't feel able to, particularly with officers, they don't feel able to engage because they're perhaps not allowed to. And a lot of councillors don't want to engage because they just feel they get into a political argument. And I think giving accurate information and just putting a counterpoint is, for me, really important. I might be wrong, but I think that's the case. And sometimes people have told me this. I keep a set of phone notes with stock answers on because the same things come up all the time, you know, heat pumps are noisy, so I've got a little stock answer there. And I try different approaches as well. You know, the net zero thing, lately I've tried to emphasise that there are 1,500 jobs in Chippenham based on net zero. There's Wavin, who've just switched on a huge number of solar panels on the roof, and they're doing it because of a business case. Alliance Pharmaceuticals have converted the old Nestle building, and they've covered this, you know, conservation area building with solar panels, and they've done it for energy reasons on their bottom line, and carbon obviously as well. You know, we've got Good Energy who are training local apprentices. They've got this building in partnership with Wiltshire Council, Wiltshire College, and it's incredibly powerful, I think. So I keep trying different answers to see what works. Be relentlessly positive, I think, is the other thing. You have to be, don't you, in this thing. And the final kind of thing that, so these flyers, we've got, some of you might know, we've got a lovely local printer called Terry, and you almost have to go through a sort of hostage situation to get your flyers printed with him, because you have to, you phone him up and you end up talking for half an hour with him about why you're wrong about net zero, and you're wrong about solar, and you're wrong about all these things. And then occasionally his wife will answer the phone, or his partner, and I'll have to talk to her about geoengineering and chemtrails and, you know, those things. But the one final thing he left me with, after I've done this half-hour rite of passage, was, but those thermal cameras, I wouldn't mind borrowing one of those, because, you know, my house is really leaky, I think, and that's the, you know, and I think that's your way in to you know, net zero and engagement. It's those practical things. Thank you. Thanks.
Amazing, thank you. I was nodding along to all of those social media tips and things. Can absolutely hard relate to that.
Can I just say something?
Yeah.
I was one of those people who's absolutely, you know, I'll see a post come up on social media and then you see the awful comments and you just think, I don't have the courage to reply. But then I discovered that Matt was replying. So now I like all his comments and I feel much more empowered. And I would just encourage you to do that. Keep an eye out for Matthew Short and just go, yes, just a little tick. And at least, because then you can see all the likes, people come out and go, oh well, I like that one too. And I've actually been brave over our local churchyard because somebody went, it's so messy. And I put up a lovely eco-church post about the biodiversity in our churchyards. And I've had more likes than the people who were upset about it being messy. So thank you.
I do come unstuck sometimes. I did recently on solar farms, which are obviously controversial. And, you know, sometimes you meet a match where somebody just keeps replying to you and they won't. And I think, okay. And then if you switch the argument, which I did, I said, okay, well, we run a rooftop solar scheme. And then it turned out that actually he had tons of rooftop solar and he was very into that. And I said, would you like to write a case study for Zero Chippenham? And he sent us a case study. And, you know, he's practically generated enough energy for Melksham, I think, in his rooftop solar. But it showed where you can find common ground in where sometimes.
Brilliant, thank you. I don't think we can rely solely on Matt to do all of the kind of like positive comments on social media. So to his point, like I tend to find like don't engage, but just putting a positive comment like underneath, and then suddenly you'll find that gets lots of likes and things. But yes, do obviously follow Matthew and like his stuff. Brilliant. And then for our final speaker is Lorna Johnson. Thank you, Lorna, from Salisbury Diocese.
I probably ought to say. I asked her because I feel we are not represented by young people here, and they are the audience who should be here. They will come in briefly later on by video, but we are working for their futures. And Jen, obviously, and Lorna both work a lot with young people. And how do we engage well, a lot of us are quite middle-aged old farts. How do we engage with young people, you know? And let them know we care, because I think they think a lot of grown-ups don't.
Yeah, I think we met at a church eco day just a week, was it a week or so ago? So, and I was asked last night to just share some of that enthusiasm that we found there. But I have every faith that next year there'll be a lot of young people, if you invite them, who would like to come on and hold whole sessions and engage you all. They don't think we're old farts. They think anybody who genuinely listens to them and cares, they would like to work with. They're much better than us, I find, at being inclusive. But at that, I haven't got a PowerPoint. I'll just share with you just some of the goals of the joy I've had in the last year of working alongside some young people in churches and church schools and in the wider community. At the St. Mark's Church Day, there was St. Mark's Junior School, and there were some very passionate, wasn't there, young people there presenting in all its complexity the deforestation problem. They had had debates where the medicine, burgers, wood, local people, the whole nuance of the conversation and the debate there was represented, what they felt about it. And then their teacher, Year 5 teacher and RE lead, said, what do you want to do about it? And they then came up with the whole campaign, and they chose to come along. They didn't have to, they chose to come along to that day, and were campaigning more effectively than I've seen many charities campaign. They're irresistible. And that's what we have found. When I work for Salisbury Diocese, and there's a national wing of the Church of England called the Growing Faith Foundation, and they advocate leaning in and listening to young people's voices and working at the crossroads of church, school, family. And in Salisbury Diocese, we add community, because we know all the gold sitting in the room here, that if we work together for the common good, it'll all just get better and better and better. But, and I think we've got a thread, haven't we, Jen? Because you work for Let's Go Zero, which again has got a strategy that it's trying out, that if we work with schools, then young people, because young people really want to work on the climate, they will help their families get on board, and they will help the councils and the government get on board. They'll be very effective campaigners for bigger, large-scale change to help. You need the bigger scale changes and the money to help the schools go net zero. So that's their strategy. We would say, let's work across with the churches that are in every village and town, and the community, and let's all work together at that spot. When you ask children and young people in that place, and we did at Sherborne and Shaftesbury, we had a two-year learning hub that was funded by the Growing Faith Foundation. They said, take us to where the decisions are being made, and we are prepared to travel. So they really want to be right at the center of things. They got an amazing clerk of their town council in Sherborne, who's got advice that they use nationally if you want to join in, but they helped them set up a youth council. Every school in the town was represented, the public schools, the church schools, the state schools, and the community school, if you were outside of mainstream education. And they were given a £5,000 budget, and the young man there that spoke to our bishop when he first started, Bishop Stephen, as soon as he got into role, he went and asked the young people what they thought he should be doing. And this young man said to me, I haven't had long enough with the bishop. Can I have a one-to-one? So I went and asked Bishop Stephen, I said, can we have a one-to-one here? And he went, absolutely. And he had he got a battle plan written on the top of his paper. And that was to have 2 cycle paths built with crossings, so it was safe to cycle to school and back across Sherborne. Now, he's in this town council, it's got a budget, it has the ear of the council, genuine ear of the council, it's not tokenistic, because they say we can tell if you're listening, and we can tell if you do it or not. But he's engaged in that 3-year process, if any of you are town councillors, of having to map the traffic, local consultation, the nuts and bolts of what it takes to get a cycle path done. He's just about to have it completed in his 3rd year. He's now sort of in his teens. But he's just so passionate. And when they did a day like this, the energy in the room was incredible. When they left, the energy dropped. We were sort of back to normal. When they were there, we thought anything was possible. Let's go. And when people like yourselves, young at heart, who have great vision for what can be achieved, but also have budgets and skills, and you get together with a group of young people, then it really starts to cook, I think. And so I'm a huge advocate for intergenerational working and genuinely taking their concerns on board. They will help you be completely relevant because they bring all of what their family needs into the room, and any gold that you give them, they take back into their family. So, it's a whole community approach is instantly there, and they do notice who's not in the room and make sure they're invited, which we very much need in the church. I would say on other points of engagement, Growing Faith Foundation recommend make 2-minute videos if you want to get your message across, or shorter. If you do a newsletter on Canva, look at your stats. Most people don't click and read in depth. They really don't, unless they are geekily interested in your particular area. Our gold churches have got female leads with heat pumps. But it's speak to your audience. So it's check yourself all the time how much energy you're putting into certain things. But the thing that really works for us is peer-to-peer. So along with working very closely and genuinely with children and young people, we try and go peer-to-peer. So we've done 2 regional meets. Lovely colleague, I don't know if she's here, Joanna, did a from Harnham Parish on the edge of Salisbury. She did an eco-deanery day of 3 local deaneries, which is like local regions in the church. And we invited all the church officers, the PCC secretaries, the treasurers, the ministers, and the eco-champions all into the room. So it wasn't a big public event, but they were all very much interested in what they were sharing. And any article in the newsletter that is actually read in depth that they'll click on is a peer-to-peer story. It's a local story. I would say that going outdoors, I just think it's really important for us all to be sustainable ourselves. Burnout is a worry. I would advocate feeling as called to rest as you are to serve. That's in my Christian tradition, which I don't listen to enough, but when I do, I can go in grace, have flexibility, sense of humor, as I was talking to the wonderful man with the flower seeds, you're ready to hear and find all those wonderful serendipitous moments when you can see something new growing, only if you've had rest. And we know that statistically, if you go out into nature, you're twice as likely to care about nature and act for nature. So take all the people we're trying to get to commit outside with us. Children and young people tell us all day long that that's where they feel closest to something bigger than themselves and connect with their spirituality or God. And my wonderful colleague downstairs, Mike, who is steeped in eco-church, we find it very helpful in the church to engage with a scaffold. So we have an eco-church program, bronze, silver, gold. And it's got lots of suggested activities around that, but to get the whole community to travel with us, it's not just a tick box exercise. And he said, please, I said, what would you like to say if you're in this room? And he said, please suggest to everybody, ask the local church if they can help, because they've got lots of ways that we can help, and we're very willing, nearly always, to. We have repair cafes in our churches. In our car park, we've got a food waste. No, we don't do food bank in that church because there's a stigma. We've got a food bank, but to overcome stigma, we do no food waste. which lots of people come to. We've got a clothes bank that dates back to 1830. You know, the Georgians were swapping their children's clothes back in 1830. So, and they're all people not in the church congregation, but are partners in working for the common good. So I think probably best to leave it there. We do social action, holiday clubs, all sorts of things, but I think probably time for questions, maybe.
Thank you. And with possibly less than 12 hours notice, that was incredible. Thank you. I'm very aware that the closing plenary is at 4 o'clock, isn't it? So I think people probably want to get out of here for a little minute just to be able to breathe. Like, we've probably got time for just 2 questions, perhaps. So has anybody got a question or anything they want to contribute? As everyone just go for it.
I'm just going to echo that I have seen Matthew in action on social media, and yeah, it sets a really good example. So keep doing it. And
you'll be getting lots of friend requests, Matthew, to follow you. Fabulous.
I hope Terry's not watching this.
Anyone else? Anything?
I would just like to echo with that our parish council has a youth council.
Oh, nice.
And it works with both the primary school and the secondary school, and the positive energy and ideas that come out of them. It's really, really, really useful. So I would urge you, if you know, to consider that with your own parish councils.
Amazing. And I think, did you have a question? Amazing. Brilliant. Super job. Fab. Yeah, thank you. So I think if we all go and breathe some slightly less muggy air for a few minutes, and then back here for the closing session. Thank you all so much, and thank you for this brilliant panel.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon. Right, thank you very much for sticking with us in this really quite warm day and for being really interactive in the sessions that we've had today. I am going to do a quick facilitation of our closing, our plenary workshop here, just wrapping up. I'm going to very quickly hand over in a minute to Paul Sample, JP, who is the Cabinet Member for the Environment. Can I just ask, though, before we do that, if we have any stall holders that are in the room, we do have to have the stalls closed down promptly after this event by 4:30, if possible, please, because we need to be out of the building and we don't want to set the alarms off, because that could be a very fun way to end the day. Okay. We were hoping to also have a short video for you from Early Earth Protectors, which is the children on climate emergency. They came yesterday to the business session, three young people from the group in Chippenham. They were fabulous. Unfortunately, the video we can't get to work now, but Wiltshire Climate Alliance is going to be hosting it on their website. So we will make sure that it is available for you to all be able to see from there, because they are truly inspirational, because it is the young people that we are all doing this for, because they're the ones that are going to have to deal with any impacts of changing climate that is imminently coming towards us. So on that note, I'm then going to put a hand over to Paul. So Paul, if you want to start with our thank yous, please.
Yes, thank you. So I'll start off by, first of all, saying that this has been an amazing day, and I think we've all learned something. And as with all of these events, it is down to some really dedicated individuals who've really gone far beyond the call of duty as members of staff here at Wiltshire Council, who have gone beyond the line of duty to be with us today. I had a conversation last night, I think at about 10:20, with one of them over an issue. 10:20. He's a member of staff here. And the reason for it is because they are 100% committed to resolving climate change in our community. That's the reason that they're up so late at night and so early in the morning to make it happen. So the first thanks I would like to ask you to join me by standing up and applauding the staff here. Do you want to do that now? Yes. So we've got a little presentation to give. I thought you'd like that. Right. So we've got presentations to a couple of staff who, they've all gone beyond the call of duty, but there are a couple of people especially who've been truly outstanding.
Well, thank you, Paul. And the first presentation of this sustainable bouquet flown in from Bradford Avon by e-bike and gathered from the byways, garden and allotment is to Councillor Paul Sample and his wife. You got there first. On your honeymoon in 1984, you went to the Centre for Sustainable Technology.
Thank you so much.
The second presentation is to the staff who we have just applauded, particularly the climate team, but all the others. And I want to ask Stacey to accept this bouquet on behalf of, take it for the team, Stacey. And you can have a carry bag because they're damp. And the third one is for our dear colleague in Wiltshire Climate Alliance, Jackie McQueen, who organised this community day. And if this was any one person's idea, which it wasn't, it was Jackie's. And if you wanted to say any words, now's your last chance, Jackie.
Thank you for coming. It means an incredible amount to me. I will try not to cry because it's almost been like a birthday. I have met so many friends here that I've met personally, online, in webinars, or even by reputation. So it's really quite exciting for me. And the idea came because as part of my work with Green Open Homes, I was going around visiting a lot of groups across the county. And I met so many wonderful people, sorry. But at the same time, I was also working with the climate team, particularly Stacey, who had a much smaller team then, I think. And I knew how, as has been said earlier, you all really care, but you didn't know each other really cared. And I just thought if we could somehow bring you all together in the same building, maybe magic might happen. Conversations might happen. You'd meet people, you could follow things up, you'd learn what others were doing. You're not on your own. Other people are doing great stuff. So hopefully this is the start. Well, you're all doing great things already, but this is the start to the next stage. Hopefully you've made friends, you've got ideas, you've got ways to move forward. Roll on the next stage, I think. Thank you.
Right, so there are a couple more people that I just want to thank. So in no particular order, but they've played their part. I'd like to thank Swindon Borough Council for helping us with this event. It's been a joint event, and I know they're looking forward, hopefully, who knows, we don't know. We haven't any idea yet whether they're going to take this forward, but very hopefully the next event of this nature may very well be at Swindon. There we are. Thank you, Swindon. Wiltshire Climate Alliance has been absolutely brilliant. They remain always in the forefront of the lobbying queue. You know, they are the most effective lobbying organisation of any, of any cause, I have to tell you, in Wiltshire. I want to say a big word of thank you to the speakers today, who were up here on the top table. They were really inspiring, absolutely brilliant work from them. The facilitators at each of our sessions, most of which seemed to be in air-conditioned rooms. So that was a great success. And to all the volunteers, all of the volunteers, and everyone behind the scenes, whether it was the technical side, keeping things on track, the food, which was amazing, brilliant. I just want to have a quick word about climate change. And the way I see it now, you heard that I started off with my honeymoon, rather unsuccessful honeymoon, it has to be said, at the Centre for Alternative Technology. But I've spent the last 20 years really as a justice, as a senior presiding justice in the magistracy at Wiltshire. And I've been in pretty much every court, including all of the ones that have since been demolished. I want to tell you that the current heat wave today, according to The Guardian, my Guardian, I'm a liberal, I read The Guardian, I grow my own yoghurt, current heat wave in England and Wales expected to kill almost 600 scientists say. Dominic Carrington writes, almost 600 people are expected to die. Early in the heat wave currently roasting England and Wales, a rapid analysis has found the spike in deaths would not be occurring without human-caused global heating, the scientists said, with temperatures boosted by 2 to 4 degrees centigrade by the pollution from fossil fuel. Premature deaths will occur across the two countries, but the highest mortality rates are expected in London and the West Midlands. Most of the death, 85%, will be of people over 65s who are more vulnerable to the extreme heat. People in inner city homes are also high at risk. That's today, this weekend, today's newspaper. 600 people. I want you to just reflect on the grief, the pain, the ache in your heart that will never go away when one of your relatives dies. One. And here we are talking about 600 this weekend as a result of climate change. And that's why it's been so inspiring to be here today with people who are taking active steps in their own communities to fight this menace. You're doing your bit. One of my heroes was Barack Obama, the first citizen of the United States, who said that the most important title was citizen, not councillor, not member of parliament, not lord or lady or King Charles. None of those, it's citizen. And you are demonstrating what citizens in Wiltshire can do. We can all play our own part in fighting climate change and saving people's lives in Wiltshire. Whether you're a speaker, whether you've been a volunteer, whether you've been a community leader, someone who's doing a project, in their town, a member of the organising team, or an officer, right? You can do your bit. We can all play our part. And one of his famous phrases was, yes, we can. Yes, we can. We can. We can all play our part as citizens in making our county carbon neutral. Yes, we can. We can, as Wiltshire citizens, learn from what we've seen today and do something new tomorrow. Yes, we can. We can all act now collectively and individually to save the lives of our fellow citizens today and generations unborn in decades to come. Yes, we can. Thank you to everyone who's made today possible. Let's go forward and make it happen locally. Yes, we can. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. So just the final thing then from me is, if you can spare a few minutes to go back onto Slido, which hopefully you've all got open. If not, the QR code is on the screen here. To give us some feedback, that would be greatly appreciated. We'd love to learn from you of things that have gone really well, or anything that we can improve on if we're going to do these events in the future. And the final thank you, just to say thank you ever so much for coming and for staying to the very end, and have a wonderful rest of your weekend. Thank you very much.
Is that okay? That was really powerful. Is that right? Yeah, please. Wow, what a bonus.
Hey, there's even some